Welcome, Miss Worm. Good to see you. So, Miss Worm, how are you doing today? I hope everything is okay with you. It is good to see you. And welcome to my stream. So, how are you doing? Well, I'm doing just fine. So, it's pretty rainy and cold here. So, or more like chilly than cold, but I'm doing just fine today. So I hope the snow will. Yeah, yeah. I bet it gets colder there too, but cold and dry. I would prefer if it's dry rather than moisty. Cold and moist. um, It's not fun. It's better to uh, have it cold and dry. Donda to vlogs. Well. Good to see you, buddy. Hey, Nadira, Ivy, welcome to my stream. It's good to see so many of you here. That makes me happy. Really happy. Well, I suggest if you don't know anyone who is in here, well, feel free to get to know each other a little bit better. Feel free to do that, my friends. Yeah, the damp gets straight into your bones. Oh, how did that happen, Miss Worm? Thanks, Nadira. A big shout out for everyone in the chat. I agree with you about that one. And I hope some mods could be pop in too, but they. Ah, I see. Okay, I understand, Miss Worm. And I think we do. Well, it's okay, Miss Worm. You are. I've seen you a lot on AP's channel, so I know. Okay, Dandachu, you are now my moderator. And you too, Miss Worm. And you too, Nadira. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I need the moderators. So, well, you deserve it, so you earn it. And Miss Worm, I know I can trust you, so that's why. Because you're a loyal follower to Alaska Prepper, so I know you can be trusted. So you're very welcome, Miss Worm. You're very welcome. And it is an honor to have the wrench. So, hey, Uncle Al. Good to see you, buddy. Really good to see you. I hope there will pop in more people here soon. I guess it will sooner or later. Well, I know you want to pop up, Uncle Al. Well, you know the drill. Yeah, and that was fast. Hey, Uncle Al.
Hi guys, sorry about
Good to
this.
see you.
Trying to get it. We have a little leftover what you call it, solar stuff, and also I had my notebook over here. If you see a bright light at night and it turns into a fireball, I wrote it down. I have too many notes.
Yeah, no.
It's the South Thyroid. Hope you can hear that. Taurid meteor shower,
Ah,
and it's causing. I keep telling people it's not a UFO because UFO don't race across the sky and go boom.
welcome, Celtic Prepper. Good to see you.
That Celtic Prepper.
It's good to see so many familiar faces.
Yeah, I've been on a few prepper channels, but it's starting to become. Bad thing about live stream is, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you nice and clear.
Yeah, a lot of these prepper channels are becoming more like, and homesteader channels are becoming more like social clubs, and they miss
Yeah,
the point of prepping and God, God know what they're talking about, and try and get rid of that. Hi, everybody. It's now I got the other phone to read.
yeah,
uh, Now, everybody knows I did a video yesterday about China and a few other nations warning their people to stock up. Did you get
yeah.
a notice like that in your Jordan in your email or?
No, I didn't. I usually don't get those types of email for some reason. Other people get those types of my emails. I don't. So that is, I
It
don't
might
know
be.
why.
It could went to spam. And like I said, I just did one now. I just put up a new video explaining about. You see, a nice thing about sweet potatoes, You take a sweet potato. If somebody has a garden with some empty space, you could want to cover it with foliage. You plant sweet potatoes there. And then if you live in an apartment, you harvest the sweet potatoes when the end of the season, and you got a nice little stockpile of tubers.
Miss Worm says, I never get notifications from YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube's doing it too. I know who's doing it too, but I can't say because guess how many hours they snatched away from me this week?
I guess they took a lot of hours from you.
I was telling people I was trying to gain hours. I was almost there. I said, "Oh, great! I'm almost done with 116 hours this month. Well, the last 8 months." And then when right before I turned, they just gave me a notice. We're sorry. Hey, Ivy. We're sorry. You lost 2,000 watch hours.
Oh boy, that sucks.
It does. I mean, I lose people once in a while, but losing 2,000 watch hours, oh, I know which I did. You don't say those three words. First word is
Yeah,
let's, and second word is go, and everybody knows what the third word. I did a poem. They took down that video. It was a bad poem. It was supposed to be in jest for Halloween.
yeah,
I and they didn't like it. So I'm upgrading my pocket kit. I tell everybody, can you survive with the stuff in your pockets? And a
yeah,
lot of people, they don't carry things. Now, this is about two shanks, two arm lengths,
yeah,
a paracord right here. Now, this is 5 arm lengths, okay?
yeah.
Wrapped up. Not much difference, is it?
Not much. A slight difference, but not much.
Right, because I'm telling people this is for the advanced kit. I did a basic kit because everybody needs cordage to tie something up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the
Hey,
tiny.
Grilling and Chilling with Mojo. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you again.
Hi, grilling and chilling. Because inside the paracord they have extra fibers you could use for string and stuff.
Yeah,
So I always tell people why you want 5 arm lengths from fingertip to fingertip is if you have I forget which video is it was Swedish military. You take your
yeah,
space blanket and you tie off each corner with a little pebble and a slip knot, and
yeah,
you have a reflector, and you build your fire in front of it so your regular brush shelter gets all the heat off of it. And I can't
exactly.
remember how they did it with the Celsius, but it was pretty warm in there. I think it was like 80 degrees, and it's 20 degrees outside. That's
Yeah,
Fahrenheit. But that was pretty amazing. I didn't think about that. Most people would just build the shelter and hunker underneath it, going, "It's cold."
yeah,
You have to hand it for the Swedish military for thinking like that.
yeah. We are pretty creative when it comes to doing things.
Right, especially in the snow and cold weather.
Yeah,
So, like I said, I tell everybody if you have one space blanket, get two because you could use also again make a shelter out of it, and also as a fire reflector, reflect the heat off your small
yeah,
fire. Because I've seen people make these huge fires, and next thing you see on the news on my area, forest destroyed.
yeah. Because they did it the wrong way.
Yeah, yeah. I've been pretty busy this morning. I've been helping people with their shopping. It's
Yeah,
first of the month. I'm helping them out because of some how can I say it? Not so nice people
yeah,
have been muggling elderly and disabled people in a parking lot. So they have security, and also they have like the sheriff's department or
Yeah.
police, because these people, they're not taking the money, they're taking the food.
They
And I'm in
mugging the they mugging the elders on the money, right?
not money, food items. They're just taking
Okay.
the grocery. And I was like, that's really weird.
Yeah, that is really weird. I agree.
Yeah, because usually, they get mugged, they take the purse and cell phone, smartphone, and
Yeah.
run away. No, they're just leaving that. They're just grabbing the bags of food out of the back of their cars and run off. This morning was kind of hairy because I did 2 runs and I'm kind of tired. Sorry, kind of sweaty. I'm just having my coffee. I got to take my meds still. My blood
Yeah.
pressure's up. Don't worry. We know you can't see too well. I can't find my glasses. Uh, we'll drive. You ever had a disabled person drive you to the grocery store? Yeah.
Oh boy.
So I walk them into the store, walk them back, help them load up. They drop me off at their my house, and they drive home. And I know they're in a secure area, and they can offload it. Unfortunately, it's in California, Miss Worm. It's any blue state. I heard reports on the East Coast they're doing it really bad. Some of the central states. It depends if you're red or blue state. It's mostly blue states. It's not any of the red state or southern states.
Yeah.
And it's getting really bad. And I'm worried about northwest and northeast because I have cousins living on the East Coast. They said it's getting really strange out there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, and later on my veggie pot, the little greenhouse thing. You seen it in a couple of videos. Hey, Rob.
Hey,
Rob,
Rob, good to see you. Glad you made it. Good to see you.
let me type in hi, Rob.
Yeah, do that.
Okay, I have a veggie pot. It's a little, um, like a covered wagon, and it's covered. It's like a little greenhouse, and it has trays and stuff. I'm seeding in lettuce and
Yeah,
what you call it, kind of a winter green, so it
yeah,
gets a head start. Because here we grow for 276 days. I live in the desert.
yeah,
The only bad thing is I can't grow potatoes. I keep trying and they all die off because the ground gets too hot. It's 106 normally, and when it gets 116, everything dies off because of radiation burns and smoke.
yeah. Uh, I was thinking about that. Couldn't you do a raised bed and you isolate it and keep it cool for
I
somehow?
I tried that on purple, red, white, and yellow. I did raised bed, shaded bed, put a cloth over it, have what you might call it, dampeners, coolers on it, and even I had an electric fan on the things that try to cool it.
Yeah,
No, I got a potato out of 50 plants, smaller than a walnut. But when I do sweet potatoes or yams or any
yeah,
other tuber like that, they grow fine because it's semi-tropical and they like the dirt. It can't be impacted; it has to be loose and kind of piled up, and it grows fine because it produces a lot of foliage and stuff.
yeah,
But I tried so many potatoes, I just gave up because once the really hot heat, I talked to Liberty Garden. He had the same trouble with his raised beds and Keystone Garden. You know what the Keystone Garden is, right?
I'm not that familiar with Keystone Gardens.
Okay, in South Africa, turn of the century, they had problems with the dirt because they're like Uncle Al where they live, like, you stupid dirt. So what they used to do was make raised beds in shape of a circle, and then
Yeah,
you know how the old locks have a keyhole. they put the compost pile in the middle of the uh, the center, and then you have a little cut, V-shaped cut to go to the compost pile, so you could dump the compost. And around it is dirt, and you plant your vegetables in it. It keeps away all the critters from eating your vegetables, which is
Yeah,
nice. And then it's right there. Less water, more efficient, and your compost pile is the center of your keystone garden. And it's made with local rocks, cinder bricks, anything you got. I
yeah,
thought that was a neat idea
yeah. It sounds like a great idea to grow things.
because I've been watching Liberty Garden for about 5 years, and he does a great job. He was growing um, herbs, daikon, turnips, tomatoes. Uh, Potatoes was kind of funny because he
Yeah,
raised potatoes, and when the heat kicked in East Texas, they're all well, that was it. They grow. I think they grow better in the cooler months.
yeah. I had I have something I would like to share with you guys. I subscribe to a so-called newsletter. The newsletter is called Natural News, uh, and I find in today's mail from them, I found out some disturbing news that I would like to share with you guys, and I would like to hear your opinion about the thing too, Uncle Al. So um,
Go
I'm
for
just
it,
gonna,
Jordan.
yeah.
And I'm going to answer Celtic Purper's question. You need to grow food
Yeah,
inside. Try sprouting and microgreens. I'm typing microgreens in. Never go blind and have 5 operations on your eyes. You can't see it worth damn up close.
uh, okay. I will not say the chat now, but uh, this is article. The headlines: No fertilizer, no food, global shutdown of fossil fuels, the quickest way to starvation hell. Basic chemistry lessons for ignorant leftists. Uh, Natural news. Engineered food scarcity is a weapon that's designed to achieve depopulation across the globe by creating famine, starvation, and social unrest. The quickest way to achieve global famine is to cut off the fertilizer supplies. No fertilizer, no food. And it says a lot of it's a lot of more in this article. So uh, and
I
it's
think I read
about
that article.
you think that
Yeah, Fritz Haver and before World War I developed from fossil fuels a
yeah,
quick way to make nitrogen and other soil additives as part of the early green revolution, and it prevented a lot of people in the 20s and 30s um, from starving to death.
yeah. And the other one article I would like to show you is this. If it were do as I say, sabotage suspected. Global fertilizer production plant halted delivery trains, crashing operation, compromised, all leading to food crop failures in 2022.
Yeah, that's
We
true.
know now the globalists. genocidal war against humanity is multi-vectored assault on every system that sustains human life: biology, energy, economics, freedom, self-ownership of your body, and so on. I just want to, I saw, just got this today, and I find this very disturbing. So I wanted to share this with you guys because I felt that was so important.
It is, Jordan, and this is very good. I keep telling people there's two forces on the planet that's doing this. It's NWO, okay, New World Order, and that's the globalists, what Jordan said, and the CCP. They're competing for control of the earth. And what they're doing right now is screwing up uh, the oil industry because they know without oil you cannot make nitrogen fertilizers and a few other soil additives. And what
Yeah.
happens when you destroy that? All your grain crops. This is why I tell people to watch No Blade of Grass. Remember, Jordan? I keep mentioning that in my videos.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that. A little bit vague, but when you mention it, yeah,
Yeah, because what happened was China and Russia went to war because guess what happens? They ran out of nitrogen to grow food. And then plus that, they had a grain virus that attacked all grasses on Earth.
yeah,
So combine those two, that's exactly what this sounds like. Because if they stop all global fertilizer production, because I heard South America is getting really bad and Venezuela stopped all fertilizer production. You heard what happened in Venezuela, right,
yeah,
Jordan? They're trading little,
yeah. They have serious issues there.
right. Well, natural gas is part of the fossil fuel problem. We have plenty of natural gas. We don't, the government's screwing us over because they won't let us produce the natural gas. It's a CO2 problem.
Yeah, it is.
So, excuse me, how can we grow oats or wheat or corn without fertilizer? And then they complain when when I use cow manure. Wait, that's a methane problem. You can't let your cows run and poo on the acreage. Uh,
Yeah,
that kind of drives me nuts. You know, I can't use chemical fertilizer. I can't use cow poo. Does that make sense to you, Jordan?
actually, does anything make any sense these days?
Right. Yeah. It's going to be a global famine you would not believe. That's why a lot of governments are telling their people right now to stockpile. I'm even telling people to stockpile.
Yeah, share these um, articles on the in the chat so they can check it
Read it
out.
for themselves. Yeah. I always put it in my videos.
Yeah,
Do your own research. Sorry about that. I haven't taken my medication yet. I'm getting coughing and gas. Uh, but like I said, uh, the big problem is a lot of people don't understand is you can't live on solar energy and vegetables. You have to have a grain source. Am I right, Jordan?
yeah, you need to have the grain source.
Right, because that walnut bread made out of walnuts doesn't taste good when you're trying to make a sandwich.
And uh, did I show you this one?
Yes,
That was the one I showed you,
first.
I believe.
Yep. It's a very good
Yeah,
article.
yeah, it is. And I want to to share this because I felt these two articles were so disturbing. Um,
Well, not disturbing, horrifying. Because if they get their way, you know
Disturbing
what's
and
happening.
horrifying.
Yeah, you know the anything east of China is a rural part. And they used to produce food like crazy, but also there are ethnic minorities in China that Beijing doesn't like. So if you live on the
Yeah,
west near the coast of China,
they,
you're fine. Plenty of food, big cities, everything there. If you live in the dirt poor areas of China, past the eastern line, it's like North Korea. You've seen the map of North Korea at night, right? Only Pyongyang has lights. Everything around it doesn't have lights. You go look at Tibet, only certain areas have lights, and the rest of the countryside is dark.
yeah.
And those people don't get fertilizer. They're trying to use everything they got.
Hey, Donna Hanslet, good to see you.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened, but she says, "Did I ask something wrong for it be to be removed? Sorry if I did. I didn't catch that. I didn't see all that. So
Yeah. Welcome, everybody, new viewers and stuff.
hey, Rosal Tube, good to
Yeah.
see you.
Yeah. I tell a lot of people right now, don't be afraid, be calm, be pleasant, but stock up on food and water. Because right now I'm doing the holiday food boxes and walking people to their cars. And it's been driving me nuts because nobody else does it except for my church group. And it's like most preppers do fear porn, right,
Yeah,
Jordan?
yeah,
But they don't involve the community. I don't like filming it because I have mobility issues and I don't know how to use this phone. Even it's an older phone, I don't know how to film on it. But I'm busy all the time. I don't have to, we'll stage this. No, I'm putting out food boxes, helping the elderly and disabled.
yeah.
It's like, here's my shopping list.
That is a long shopping list.
Yeah,
Oh
for
boy.
elderly couple because
Yeah,
they have vision problems, so I'm helping them out with the math, and then these get returned to them. And I did find one mistake on a certain food item, and we I saved them $7.21.
uh, I do like this because that is easier for me to do things. Because the question is, well, her answer is, her reply is pretty long. So, hi, Shadow Scout. I was just asking if they GMO your food there like they do here in the States. Can't save seeds to replant. Well, I have looked around uh, on seeds here in Sweden. There are F1 seeds, there are F2 seeds, and things like that. And I try to find genuine no F1 or F2 seeds. It's really hard.
It is F1 and F2. I forget which one. One's a hybrid and the other one's GMO. I can't remember which one's which.
F1 is a clone of the mother plant,
Right.
and the F2 is the hybrid of the F1. I believe it was something like that.
Yeah, that's. I think you're right, Jordan. Because the clone are usually GMO. They don't have. They have to clone things to reproduce for GMO.
Yeah,
And then F2 is a hybrid, means if you save the seeds, some of the seeds will be sterile, or the
yeah.
other seeds is like, "Ah!" you know, you don't know what came out of the garden. "Ah!" Have to hit it with a hoe.
No, instead of garlic, you get jalapeno extreme with a garlic taste.
Right.
So,
Yeah, you
mm,
have to be really careful, folks, on your seeds. That's why I tell everybody get heirloom if you can for your heirloom that's adapted.
Donna has a point there. I checked that up recently, and we have it's a Swedish website called Greenhouse, um, but if I translate it, Växthuset. Uh, but the greenhouse, uh, um, they said that they had an article, a small article there about specifically on food in the grocery stores. You can't take those seeds and grow. You can't. You need to buy seeds to grow a new plant and you get new tomatoes. But you can't take those seeds and plant and get more tomatoes. You can't. It's impossible.
Right. Um, that's also true. You have to be very careful because these foods that has GMO are designed for market faster. So
Yeah,
you don't know what the effects is. The effect, because I raise cows and I know what happens if we feed them GMOs. God, what a mess. Miss Worms from UK, they have F1 hybrids, but some of the seeds, I think you can't save the seeds. It doesn't come
promise
true.
it. Yeah,
Yeah, because they're mules, they're sterile. Because you have one parent and another parent, it's like a horse and a mule, a horse and a donkey. You get a mule out of it. But
yeah,
the problem is you can't breed two donkeys together. You don't get anything.
yeah. That I agree with you, Uncle L. So
Yep. Yes, Masano, because Masano, I used to have stocks and I sold it off. True Donna, GMO food does make you ill. You see what happens when I feed it to cows. You ever seen a cow vomit? They have four stomachs. It's not a nice thing to see. Um, yes, one of the biggest company involved in GMO is Monsanto because they
uh,
have the weed killer.
Rob says some seeds from grocery store plants are good for saving. Spaghetti
True.
squash is one of those that almost always okay, but you are right, most are not. Uh, I never heard of spaghetti squash before.
It's a type. It's American thing. Back in the 70s, they want to eat a vegan diet, and
Yeah,
spaghetti squash is one of the worst ones to hybrid because if
yeah,
you do that, you have a squash like this instead of a squash like that. So they can't hybrid it or clone it or GMO. They tried it once, and we don't want to talk about it if you're in a garden circle because it didn't produce any fruit. It just turned into a whole garden into a giant squash garden with no fruit, just all foliage. Yeah, Rob's right. Spaghetti squash is all right. Kobocha, the round green pumpkin like this,
yeah.
sometimes you see it in Sweden. That one is a hybrid. You can't get a true. I tried it. You can't get anything off of it. It produces either a mutant or a mule. You have a lot of foliage. It looks nice and a lot of nice flowers, but nothing else.
But you can't eat it.
Right.
It
Let's see.
probably tastes not that good.
What hasn't been GMO yet? Let's see. Spaghetti squash, some turnips, most of the root crops. Forget about potatoes, oats. All the grain crops are all GMO, especially corn. Corn's one of the worst ones. And a lot of people think popcorn is not GMO. You're wrong. Because if you ever seen a true corn plant, how big is a corn cob on a true corn plant? That's how big the corn cob is,
Yeah.
non GMO or bred. Yeah,
Rob says most beans and peas, fresh only, are mostly okay.
yeah,
Yeah, I guess he is right about that one. Okay, now Donna says something here. I read if you plant one GMO seed in your garden, it will contaminate everything. I won't compost
True.
anything that isn't organic. I didn't know that. So how can one GMO seed contaminate the whole garden?
It's not the seed, it's the plant. The plant is constructed with five other genetic factors in it. So also it destroys the soil fungus.
Okay.
Yeah, that's also true because they want to push hybrids and GMOs. So less popular varieties got dropped by the companies, and that's why there's a big push in America for rare seeds or heirloom seeds. Like I gave Courtney of White Family Farms some very mild chives that's been in my family for 150 years. I sent her seeds for that. They're
Yeah.
easy to grow. You grow it inside the house in a flower pot. It's not hard. But if I try to sell it, I get busted by people like, you have an illegal plant. It's not marijuana. It's a chive, like green onions. Drop the spade. It's like they don't arrest people anymore for marijuana. They arrest me for giving people chive seeds. What kind of nuts is that?
Rob says, but even so, best bet is just to buy heirloom plant seeds, keep them isolated from other variants when you grow them, and learn to save the seeds on your own. Yeah,
True.
that is probably the best option.
Yeah, and also Miss Seed made a point in England right after Rob's statement. In the UK, they tried to make it illegal to swap seeds.
Okay, that is bad.
It is. What drives me nuts is a lot of it's all about control, like how they what we seen earlier from Jordan on the fertilizer. It's all their plants, either NWO, or CCP, because less people means more power they can control over the individual, and which makes me oh he said not the UK, the EU. Sorry about that. I thought it was the UK. Yep, it's all about control, folks. I
Control
buy
the people.
Yep. I bypassed the fertilizer thing. I told my friends who have cows, I'll take all your cow manure. I got fields I'm not using. We'll just dump it out there. Do you know how
Yeah,
much money I saved on nitrogen fertilizer?
a lot.
Yeah, because my
And
nephews.
and if you're gonna buy a fertilizer now in US, the prices probably skyrocket on fertilizer.
Yeah, and now they won't give me their cow manure because I figured out what we were doing because we put it out on the fields. We have alfalfa, corn, oats for oat hay and oats. And we're putting it out, and they're looking at us. Why are they throwing out cow manure out there? Then it finally clicked into their little heads. We've been giving them free cow manure over the years. They would get their tractor and a front loader and load up all their dump trucks and come out here.
UK used to part of the EU, but we voted to leave in 2016, partially because of those sort of rules. Yeah, and and I can say that I'm not a big fan of EU because and why? Because they interfere in our laws. They sneak in small changes slowly over time, so we get used to it, so we don't know that the changes has happened until it's too late. And that is why I don't like EU, because they will control and be the government over Sweden. That is what I my point of view and how I look at it. But some people would not probably agree with me.
Right, but isn't you guys democratic and you have a monarch? Why do you want to do laws over there?
Well, our king are more ceremonial these days. He has not any power. He's basically the uh, ambassador for Sweden. He's the face outside our borders. But I don't like. I voted no to the EU membership, and because I didn't, I said that before the election to uh, join membership of EU, I said the we will get it much worse if we join EU. It's better for us to stay outside EU. Sure, we should have corporations with other countries, trading cooperation and things like that. Yeah, we should. I don't say anything about that, but we should not be in EU. And you know what? I was right. It has turned out to be much worse since we joined the high and glorious EU.
Right.
Sorry, I was
Again,
ironic.
no problem, Jordan. Again, it's the New World Order. I keep telling people that NWO. And people like New World Order, that sounds. I said, no, you change the N to another word that nobody used for the last 70 years. And then you understand why me and Jordan are really nervous with this New World Order and trying to get rid of people.
Well, yeah, I'm really. I, I I would call it the new world order is what I call Illuminati, the high power, rich people around the world who join us, sitting around the big round table like King Arthur and his knights,
Right,
and control what they want control over the whole world. They want to be the one and only government, and that is what New World Order is,
right.
in my opinion.
Right. What was scary was the Illuminati tried this back in the 20s and 30s, but it kind of backfired when they say, whoops, I think we made a mistake. Because remember the Illuminati and the fascist groups? They said if we go this way, it's a lot quicker for to control the whole world. But the fascist was, you don't deal with drugged out people who has weird fantasies on their own, like Germany, Italy, and Japan. It's like, okay, we made a mistake. We got to get somebody else in here. So they got the US, Russia, and Europe. Like, we got to stop this. We have to change the game plan, which scares the hell out of me because sometimes I wonder about the Illuminati myself.
Hey, Pony Girl,
Hi, Pony.
welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, because it gets scary, Jordan. It's like Illuminati's doesn't know what they're doing on one side, and the other side, whoops, we already did that. And it's
Yeah,
like, oh God, I don't want to die.
and the interesting thing is those who voted for EU membership here. Mo- Most of those who voted for EU has changed opinions. They they regret they voted for EU membership, and they were so happy when the election for the EU membership uh, that year 1995.
Yeah.
And
Well,
now EU want to have go into the EMU, European money. Well, you know what I mean.
yeah, you don't want to do that too because the financial crisis where people are, the Great Reset. I call it the Great. Oh God, they goofed it up again.
Yeah,
Instead, when you have a world, if it has one or two countries that has high inflation, it doesn't affect that country. Only that's like Germany when it has hyperinflation. Now, if you spread that all over the world, that gets really bad. And one of the biggest killer in the world is inflation.
Yeah.
So you multiply it with 179 countries throughout the world. What would you call that, Jordan?
And the interesting thing is with EMU, they said we had to vote about the EMU, European Money Union, um, but we voted no for it. So it was a no. But I heard later, do you know what they are going to do? We had to do 2025. If we don't join the EMU, European Money Union, they will force us to join it. So they will force their euro on us. So we have to use the euro than our own currency. And if we have the euro as our own currency, we are not Sweden anymore. There is no Sweden anymore. Our currency we have, crowns, that makes us what we are. That is our identity, our country's identity.
Why they
So that sucks.
yeah, why they want your country is your crowns is backed by gold. They don't have gold.
Yeah.
It's
So uh, uh, we don't have. Well, we use euros if we need to buy from other countries and so on. But if there would have something happen to the euro, those who have euro will fall like yeah
yeah, like me on a bad day.
timber.
Boonk.
Yeah, fall like timber.
Yeah,
Uh,
because it's not backed by anything. Most EU monies, if you see the EU countries, are fiat economy. It's credit
exactly.
based. So it all falls. Only Sweden and I think six other countries in Europe. Switzerland is an EU, right?
Welcome, Nene.
Hey, Nene. Uh, Sweden isn't, not Sweden, Switzerland isn't,
Switzerland.
yeah, it isn't EU either. They still use their Swiss francs because
Yeah,
they got money and they know what EU's all about. Russia has still got the ruble. They know what EU for years. The EU is trying to get Russia in, but between the British, the French, not the Germans for some reason, but they're trying to get Russia into the EU because they have oil and gas plus gold and everything else in Russia. Do you know what kind of yes, Donna, that's correct. They're doing. Remember 1984, the book everybody read in high school or junior high or college by George Orwell. First thing they remove all statues and make people forget the history until you write a new history for them.
yeah, and that is a really bad situation for the people because they will lose on it. Everybody, those in the government will not lose. They will win
Right,
because
big time.
yeah, it's a big victory for them, and those who has to suffer, it's the people.
Right. And also, Donna commented, cash will go away soon. Reason why? It's a lot easier to attract people with digital cash or digital money. You give somebody, here, we're from the EU, you can have 200 euros or 2,000 euros on this card. And if they don't like you, your account is a frozen and give back us the card. And you're like, but I'm cold and hungry. I can't buy anything. Too bad.
Yeah. So it is really bad, and here in Sweden, we are almost 100% cashless. We use we're only well, it's I believe it's 99% is paying by card,
Right.
basically.
But that's a bad habit. I keep
Yeah,
telling people, yeah, one of those little cards is if we have an EMP and everything goes put, it's back to the cash register and a pencil. How much you owe me? We can't take cards. The machine is down. And you're going to
yeah.
go, I got to buy food. We're sorry. It won't come back up for another year. Where's your cash? And people are,
Welcome, Tammy.
hi, Tammy. And everybody's looking around like, because Japan had that back in the 80s. They had a glitch and
Yeah,
all the debit and credit cards didn't work. So after that, every Japanese carry coin because if you watch the Japanese channels, they all carry coin or they all carry paper currency. And very rarely do they use cards.
yeah. And I have talked to my colleagues in the Swedish Civil Defense Agent Association, my local, and I talked to my colleagues there, and I said it's really bad idea to make us cashless, and my colleagues there agreed that is not acceptable because
Right,
we are more vulnerable, and when everything crashes and everything is on digital payment, well, everybody will be screwed. And I need to buy some food. Sorry, sir, we can't. Our systems is down. So we try to not change that, but I don't think that will work for many years. We cannot change that in the near future.
right.
And so that sucks, but
Yeah,
it's
but
only it's only few stores who takes money, and that is 1% who takes still take cash,
which is good.
which is good.
Yeah, I keep warning people if you go on a total, whatchamacallit, in Japan, nobody could buy food. And they had to barter a lot of stuff during the 80s when the system went, they had digital. And after that, everybody says, hell no, we're going back to coins and dollar bill, the paper money. And after that, people were so mad because people in line going like this, and the machine say, sorry in Japanese, no cash at this time.
Yeah. So I don't think it will go for the better. I think it will go for the worse
Right.
in the future.
Right. Over here in America, the Captain Crazy, I can't say his name or I get lose another 2,000 hours. Captain Crazy and his crew is trying to tax, they already tax our savings, which I was totally against. It's not earned income. That's my money in the bank. Stop taxing it. It's not, if it only like 1 or 0% interest, I'm not making any money. They said it's a taxable income. I'm looking,
Yeah.
it's my money. I earned it. I put it away so nobody steals it. Why are you taxing me 15% on it?
Yeah,
You,
right.
right.
And you want to throw me out on the street or something, because that is what will happen to many people
Right. Yeah,
because they can't afford anything.
right. True. True. They have plastic money in Canada. No, the Canadian money is plastic. And they don't even have,
Plastic.
they don't have a, you ever seen a Canadian penny? It's plastic.
Oh dear.
So nobody
That
carries
sucks.
them anymore because if I want, I could counterfeit. Let's see, get a mold, pound the. It just takes me a lot of pennies to get a bill back, but
So I think it's too much interference from EU side into our country, and I don't like they sitting in Brussels and dictate what we should do. Oh, I can take an example. Okay, here in Sweden, snuff is very popular here, and it's a Sweden has a long tradition of using snuff. Okay,
No,
but
let me explain. One second, Jordan.
EU want to forbid that here in Sweden. Oh yeah, right. They had tried to, but it's too many in this country who's using it. So
Right. For people who don't know, snuff is powdered tobacco that you snort a little bit or chew, depending what you
or put
like.
it under your lip.
Yep. Because a lot of people are asking, what's snuff? And I'm telling them it's a form of tobacco that you and or put it under your lip.
Yeah, or chewing it.
Yeah.
So Uncle, it takes 500 pennies to make a bill.
I know it's Canadian money.
Yeah. So,
It gets ridiculous, folks.
and it was something Grayman, I believe it was Grayman on one of his videos.
Right. And from the UK, wasn't it?
Grayman prepping. Uh, he lives in Florida.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. That one. There's
yeah,
too
that
many
one.
gray man prepping. It's like, wait, which one is that?
Uh, he mentioned something, a pretty serious thing, that he compared it with Venezuela 2016, and he said that there it is exactly the same position US are in now. So, and 2016, the Venezuela had the same thing, and now 5 years later, they had to pay food or haircuts with gold because their money is totally worthless. So I have said this for many years now, that I suspect that US dollar will collapse.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Grayman said that we will face a dollar collapse. Yeah. And that will probably happen in 5 years, maybe, or earlier. It depends on what happens and what kind of events that gets in US way. So
Right. Because if you look at the yuan in China, they tried the same system earlier than America, and look how screwed up they are. Because they had a big boom in the last 20 years. Now everything's going, like you said, falling down, Jordan.
yeah, falling down like timber.
Yeah, big time.
You can you hear someone scream timber.
Yeah, because
Okay, that was the dollar.
now it's the before the dollar, it's the yuan, which is YUAN. That's China's CCP currency.
Yeah,
It's taken a nosedive really bad, and a lot of people who put money in it. Singapore is like really nervous. They think it's a blip. And I told my friends in Singapore, buy gold, buy all the gold you can, because they don't understand. If China falls first, United States will fall second,
yeah,
because they're interconnected, and we know who won because of that. And I can't say it. Captain Crazy and Xing XI in China are going, yeah, we're in power. We don't have to worry about this. Wrong, because Xing is nuts and he
yeah.
screwed up everything. You see, they're dynamiting old not old apartment buildings, unfinished apartment buildings because they ran out of money.
Yeah.
Do you, China have any buildings in Sweden that they're constructing?
Not what I know of, but what I know is they are involved in. I know we have Chinese companies that are owned by the Chinese government here in Sweden. I know we have. So,
Yep.
but if they have constructed any buildings here, I don't. I'm not sure about that.
Right, because in America they're trying to create a real estate boom, but it failed, and we're going to probably see. Right now, it's okay if you buy stuff and sell stuff, but what I'm afraid is like what happened 2008, 2009, 2010. If you own a house, you better sell it now because before the house price go down the tube, and your house ain't worth anything. And it took it this long to recover.
Yeah. So the other problem we have here is the Swedish currency are controlled by the US dollar because it depends on how the dollar are or on what level it is. It control how our currency stands compared to the dollar. So it depends on if our currency is strong or weak. So if the dollar collapse, we will fall with the dollar like Titanic, who hits on the iceberg, 1912.
Right. To answer Miss Worm's question, yes, instead of getting money back, they're taking land. Unfortunately, the bad thing is they're shoving off the natives off the land and putting Chinese citizens there. So it's little China in Ecuador, little China in Mexico, little China in Sweden. You look like, but they're not Arabic or from the Middle East. They're all Chinese, but they speak perfect Swedish. Why? Because they bought large tracts of Swedish land. Next thing, what do you mean this is China? This is Sweden. I just left my house. You don't want to be surprised. I have to tell Miss Worm, it is true. They
Yeah.
already have it in UK, America, a lot in Canada. Two biggest landowners in Canada is the Queen and CCP. A lot of people didn't know that.
Yeah, and I heard something about this when it comes to land. I heard that all these rich people, the majority of the rich people in US buy up more and more and more land.
Right,
So those regular people who want to buy some land cannot because there are almost no land to buy because the rich people has bought up most of it.
right.
So I guess that is true.
It is true. You see, in America, there's two problems. We have the NWO, a lot of tech companies like Bill Gates, a lot of entertainment people like Oprah have bought land over the years. Now, Oprah bought urban land. Bill Gates bought farmland because he's
Yeah,
planning to do weird GMO stuff. And who's next to him? He's getting sponsor from Monsanto. Bill Gates and Monsanto are like this. Okay, so I'm
yeah.
really like, what are we eating? It's good for you. It makes your hair grow. Oh,
It gives you hair on your chest. I don't want hair on my chest.
I'm a little girl. You know, you don't want to see hairy little girls, but like I said, folks, you have to be really careful. A lot of the elites and what you call Illuminati are playing weird ass games. It's like LA. I am scared to go down to LA. My nephew says it's safe in LA. No, it isn't. I don't want to be. Uncle Alan got run over, shot, and stabbed, but he was in his bathroom going to using the toilet. How can he got run over, shot, and stabbed in the bathroom? I don't want that to happen to me.
No, I don't want that happen to you either. So that would be a total catastrophe if that
Right,
happened something to you, buddy.
right. But what's scary is a lot of people don't know about Disneyland. Do you know nobody dies in Disneyland? They claim you're dead until that you left the park. Now he's dead. You know, you could be mangled up in a ride. He isn't dead. He's still alive until you leave the park, and then you're dead. Oh, it's getting after 1 o'clock. I got another appointment at church. I have.
Yeah,
Sorry about this, Jordan. I like talking to everybody here on the chat. It's been a really nice live stream.
yeah,
Yeah, LA's nice to visit, but I wouldn't live there for no matter how much of the money because I know the history of LA. And it's kind of scary, folks, because a lot of people don't know there's a box canyon near LA that's full of radioactive material left by the Air Force and the Navy. And if we have a bad, whatchamacallit, flash flood, 1/3 of LA will be under radioactive materials. Catch you later, Rob.
hey
Hi,
Vanessa, good
hi,
to see you.
Vanessa. Okay, I'm gonna check off Jordan. Anybody else wants to come up on Jordan's channel? Please do. It's a lot of fun. Support Jordan. Hit the like button, please. Catch
Yeah,
you later, Jordan.
catch you later, Uncle Al. Well, and some topics fire me up pretty much. So because I don't like when they come with rules and changes that makes everything worse. I want things be better. Yeah, Ponygold, he's awesome. And if someone feels up to it, can hit. Did I? Now I'm confused. I thought I did that, but there you go. If someone feels up for it, just click the link and pop up on the panel. That would be nice. It's always nice uh, when it's serious matters. Okay, Sierra. When it comes to serious questions, I get fired up because it's unfair and to the people, and so it will not getting better. It will get worse. Uh, take a look at USA and Australia. They have a terrible mess in Australia as well. Later, Uncle Al. So that is too much that are going on in this world. So that means every one of us needs to stock food, water, and everything else you need to stay floating, because this world will not getting better in the near future. It will get worse and it will spread. It spreads like a wildfire. Hey,
Boom!
Sierra.
House.
Yeah. Fist bump.
Fist bump.
Yeah, Donna. Australians are really suffering there. So that is a total mess there. And in Europe, it will be an energy crisis. So that is also a
There will
problem.
be.
So
There will be. I thought
yeah,
there is.
there is a shortage of
Yeah, isn't there a shortage of like fuel?
yeah, shortage of power. So electrical power. So this winter will be pretty tough, I guess. Hey, Second
Oh yeah.
Star Survival. Good
Second
to see you, buddy.
star. Nice to see you, man.
Yeah, Pony Girl. Like an alcoholic has to hit rock bottom before they ask for help. We, the citizens of the world, has to hit the rock bottom before the citizens unite and stomp on the monsters. And there is a saying that says the people should not fear the government. The government should fear the people. That means the original saying is basically the people should not fear the king. The king should fear the people. So, but I changed it to modern days to fit the modern days. So, until a certain time, everybody in a country will reach a specific point that they can't take any more from the government, take any more bullshit from the government.
Hmm.
So that means people will rise against the government. It will happen sooner or later. The question is when? The when, the big when. When will it happen? So, and the government are supposed to protect the people. But the question is, are they doing it officially? Officially, maybe, but unofficial? Nah.
Are they doing enough?
They have probably a secret agenda. I have said that before. But I agree, Donna. Now they control us instead of serving. I agree. I agree. And our Prime Minister Stefan Löfven has resigned from his post in this month. So now we got a new one on his post. So I don't know how this mess will be. Well, it will be a terrible mess anyway. And there we have election next year. So the new one who takes his post will have a terrible job for the next year's election. And it will probably not getting better. Yeah, Second Star. He has a point here. Life is stretched to its limits in all countries. We keep reproducing humans at such an alarming rate that we don't have the land mass or food resources to sustain us all. Well, I agree.
Yes. So do I, actually, because I've been reading about this and seeing some videos on it. Yes, in the future, there won't be enough landmass to support this. Like, we would need all the landmass to be farming, for example. And
Yeah.
still probably won't. And obviously, we can't have that, right? unless for some reason we're up in the sky.
Yeah.
We live in the sky, but we farm on the land.
Second says, we have more children in 1 year today than we had even in the baby boom after World War II and all the other wars combined. I agree. I agree with that. And that is
Well,
something I'm a little bit worried about for the future. I have two kids, my daughter and son. My son is 22 and my daughter is 20. Um, and I'm a little bit worried about their future. So, how will their future be? I fear that their future will be dark because of of these problems and events that are happening around the world, especially in US, Canada, and Australia. And I heard something about Germany and France as well. So
hmm
smaller events in France and Germany, but there are more people alive today than have ever been alive. Yeah, yeah, I agree, Miss Worm.
Yep, I agree with
Our
that too.
our death to birth ratio is so bad that it's hard to keep up. Yeah, sooner or later, if we are the world are going to be too heavily populated, there is two things that can happen. Uh, the first thing is nature interferes, and that could be a new virus, a new germ, whatever that knocks out every week out to
Mm.
decimate the population. And the other thing is basically war, where uh, where there will be a total massive loss of people as well. So, or the third one, we could put in a third one, natural disasters. So that wipes out most of the people, or most of the population as well. So the nature has a tendency to, well, control how many that could be on this planet.
Well, that's
Because
sustainable.
yeah,
All right.
well, the nature has a wonderful way to control how if people if the population are growing too big and so big that there are no food for everyone, food and water for everyone, it will come from probably another pandemic or some form of natural disaster that wipes most of the people out. It could be a great volcano eruption. It could be a massive earthquake.
Tsunami.
Yeah, tsunami.
Yeah.
So I think the best thing to do now is to get stocked up with food, water, and other medicines, and
And skills and knowledge. Don't forget the skills and knowledge.
yeah,
Gaining
and that
some
too.
experience and stuff.
Yeah,
Right.
and that
Share,
too.
share, share that experience with others. Share that knowledge and skills with others, so they can learn it too.
Yeah,
Whatever it is, gardening, that kind of stuff.
Bill Gates announces a while back that we are going to have a smallpox epidemic. Huh. Well, that is not surprised. I would be surprised about that either.
Mhm.
And if that happens, I do a probably a guess, a wild guess. The government would release that smallpox. It would not be by nature. It would be by man, probably. Probably. Um Another zoonotic disease, especially when conditions in poverty-stricken cities are cramped. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's and most some areas or cities are have a higher rate of poverty. So in US there are a lot of cities. I know about a few. They have a high. Most of their population are in a poverty level, so that will be a nasty thing for them. So
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can barely even feed like them, let
yeah,
alone the rest of us, right? And that's like virtually in every single country, virtually every single on every continent. All right,
yeah,
you know, those urban tent places or such and such. Right? I've seen them around. So
yeah.
right, so
So I think the best is at the moment is to begin to prepare now before it's too late. So
well, doing while it's still easy, right? Relatively easy, right? While
yeah,
while the grid's still up, while you still have running wire, while you can still get to a store or order online, while you could still talk to people and get information and you know get taught something, whatever it is, and learn more.
uh, Donna says, listen to yesterday's November 5th episode of the Ted and Austin Brower show. Dr. Merritt spoke about some horrific stuff happening. Do you have Donna, any idea of what horrific stuff happening? Did they mention it more specific? Because that would be some interesting information. So, uh, yeah, yeah, Pony Girl. She said we have several of those tent places here in Arizona. Yeah,
Can I jump in real quick here? With a comment here. I
yeah,
know people out there that are trying to help people and stuff like that. I've seen them, right? They're doing streams about it too, right? But
yeah.
you know, unfortunately, if there's not enough food to go around, well,
Hey, Second Star, welcome to
yeah,
the panel.
any second
Hey,
star.
brothers.
Oh,
How
I'm
y'all
hoping
doing?
you have good signal. I'm hoping you tested it out before.
Yeah,
We get to. I can tell when you're at work because I can tell.
yeah. I'm at work right now. I'm
Yeah,
in my office right now, so I got decent signal. I'm on Wi-Fi. But yeah, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing for the people in the chat. Okay.
All right.
Take one family. All right. Like here in Texas, okay, there's a lot of Catholic faith, correct?
Yeah.
And a lot of the Catholics don't believe in birth control. They don't believe in, anything else. I mean, they don't believe in like precautions of, you know. So there's a lot of families out here that have 6 to 8 children, okay?
Yeah.
And those children, you got to think that's a family of 10 people. Those 8 children are going to be raised up in the same religion, the same mindset, and everything. Those children are going to have another 6 to 8 children. Do that math for 10 years or 20 years. Just go 20 years, okay?
Okay, I'll do the math for you so I can start. Okay, so let's
Yeah.
factor in, what, 15, let's say 2,000 calories, right? Give or take, right?
No. I'm just talking about the mass of people that will make in 20 years.
Well, I'm looking at it in terms of the food and water that's needed for that.
Oh, I know, but I'm just
Right.
saying,
And the housing.
eight children having 6 to 8 more children. Then you got to think those children are going to be raised into the same kind of family, into the same kind of mindset. So those are going to have at least 5 more children apiece. In just 40 years, that's almost 100,000 humans in 40 years. And imagine, and then you can do just the math on food, water, everything else, housing,
the clothes,
land
too,
mass,
right?
yeah, clothes,
right?
everything.
These are the necessities of life, right?
Right. And if there is no death to the onset of those children being born, you're looking at maybe 50 deaths in that, per person in that 40 years, just in one area. But that's 100,000 people in 40 years. That may not seem a lot, but that's one family in 40 years. Just in San Antonio alone, there is over like 8 million people in just the city of San Antonio, Texas. And we're already on water rations.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, we have to recycle the water. That means we're recycling gray water.
Like gray
we're
water.
recycling gray water for
water?
drinking water. Yes, for drinking water. And we only have like a 5 million gallon backup rainwater conservation here in San Antonio for backup for droughts and everything. That's not enough for everybody constantly using water for everyday uses. Then you got to think every one of these places, every one of these fast food places, there is a chicken restaurant every half a mile down the street. And there's always a line of people every day, probably about 30 or 40 people, 30 or 40 cars in these drive-thrus every hour of the day, 24/7, getting chicken. And that's just chicken. That's not talking about beef. That's not talking about hamburgers. That's not talking about everything else. This
And there's part where
world
you drink too,
does
right? There's part where you drink in
right.
there, right?
Yeah,
So
you know,
that's a
and
certain
how do
amount of
you make?
water in there too.
Yeah, because how do you make Coca-Cola? Syrup and water.
Oh,
You
but
know,
just to add in there, there's production cost in terms of,
yeah,
because water is needed to clean the equipment, make sure it's sanitary,
right.
right? The bottle has to be sanitary before they fill it, right?
Yes,
That takes water too.
right.
Where
And
does this
that's
water come from?
going right.
Where
And
is it
that's
coming from,
going
right?
24/7
Yeah.
every day, 24/7. And have, we don't have the death to birth ratio like we did 100 years ago. You know, 100 to 200 years ago, there was constant war. There was deaths happening all the time because of war. So we had to have families that needed 8+ children to come back home and work on the farms, to help feed the animals, to help do this and that. That's why
Hmm.
you look at your grandparents and you have your grandparents, then you have your great uncles, your great aunts, stuff like that. And
Hmm.
they have 8+ kids in their family because they needed them. But then it started going back down. The children birth rate started going back down because they knew they could not support all the children that was being born. But now, in this day of age where
Hmm.
we're so comfortable with what we think, because we can go to the local grocery store and there's always going to be meat on the shelves, there's always going to be canned food, there's always going to be this. We are brainwashed that this is always going to be here because
That it's so abundant,
right.
right? That we
But
forget that the system is still fragile, right?
right.
Oh, it takes a
And but
few little things to slow it down, then next thing you know, what happened to the
yeah,
shelf? Even the shelf's gone.
right. You got to think, like, what was it, 5 years ago in the Midwest, like through the Midwest of the United States, we had a huge flooding that happened in the Midwest that took out over 100,000 farms and killed over like 5 million pounds of food of meat from livestock. That took out almost 100 million pounds of vegetables like wheat and corn and
Mhm.
anything else that could be sold to stores. It just wiped it out because of the mass flooding that happened. And for a long time there, stores were going, like production companies were going onto their back stock of supplies just to keep up with the supply and demand of everyday needs. And just in America, that's not talking about every other country that is 10 times smaller than the United States. And
Here in Sweden, we are 10 million. So we are
right,
very small compared to US. So
yeah. And just San Antonio, just a city in Texas, Shadow, is almost half of your population for your whole entire country. We're at like 4.5 million residents just in the city of San Antonio.
that's a lot of
So
people.
Oh yeah, that's a
right.
lot.
And people people think we've been you know pampered. We've been lied to, saying that all this stuff will be at the ready. You can always go to the store and get whatever you need. And that's not true. Just just in the last 2 years alone, there was 50 cattle farms in Texas
Mm.
that was shut down and bought out by the FDA, and all their cows, over like 100,000 cows, were euthanized and got rid of just because the government didn't want to lower the price of meat in Texas. I mean, you know, abortion isn't a bad thing. You know, there is certain reasons why abortion should be allowed. You know, say a female got raped and she's having that child. Yes, people of the Christian faith and everything say you should still let that child live. But the thing is, that is a everyday reminder to that woman that of that experience, of that horror that happened to her. You know? So don't always bash abortion clinics. Yes, they are sometimes used for bad things, but damn the humans. Don't damn the clinic that's there for a specific reason, because we do need death in this. We do need death to survive. It goes hand in hand, life and death. Yeah, it's one of those teeter-tot things. If one, it's like, look at it this way. To everybody that has killed off all the natural predators and everything in certain states, okay, in certain areas of countries, they have let herbivores go rampant and they've also let wild pigs go rampant, which also destroys people's farms, destroys livestock. I mean, have you ever seen a wild boar get trapped in a cow pen? It gets scared and it starts doing damage because it has tusks on it. And it can kill cows. It can maim cows. And what do they have to do with those cows? They have to euthanize them. That also means no meat for humans.
Well, not only that, it becomes a waste of food, right? Because all the resources that went into it means nothing, because you're not going to get anything at the end, right? It's just like the same with like, if you like lose your tomato plant or lose a crop.
Yes.
You put all that work into it, you're not going to get anything out of that, because...
Right. And, you know, and have you ever tried to raise a garden and deers came and just ran rampant through your garden and destroyed a whole entire garden?
The squirrels,
they don't care.
The birds.
Yeah. That's another
bugs,
thing. Yeah. And now people are trying to bring back all the natural predators to try to kill the herbivores and the herbivores, and so that they don't go rampant and destroy farms and all that stuff, because every crop, every piece of resource that's lost because of these other animals hurts us as humans. That puts our stocks, that makes our food go up, that, you know, that makes the processing go up because they're low on resources. So it's the same thing. If there's not enough death in human society to make up for all the birth and new babies being born, the population will exceed the resources of this world, the resources that what we cannot afford to waste.
I know. Because we only we only have so many resources, right? I mean, like, yes, it does regenerate, but we can't.
Hey, Toyman. Good to see you,
and
buddy.
yes, Pony Girl.
Yeah.
And the government did buy those farms out, and the government did euthanize those cows, but it wasn't to control. I mean, yeah, it was to control the food sources, but it was also to keep beef at the same price as it was, not to lower the beef price, because 90% of the beef that is exported and 90% of the beef that is supported throughout the United States comes from Texas. I mean, so they don't want a mass number of cows to lower the beef prices so everybody can have it for dirt cheap. Yes, I mean, the government is not a savior. The government is just as harmful as the population of the world is just as harmful to anything else. Human society is a double-bladed dagger. There's one side that is good, but they still have to do bad to make a point. Then there's the bad side of population that harms everything. So
it's like, okay.
Hold
I
on.
thought you disconnected on us or so.
Oh, sorry. See, the best thing that people can do to prepare Monashi is to, even if you're in an apartment, people can still garden. People can still grow their own stuff. People
just not as much. Not as much.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you can use vertical spacing and stuff like that, indoor lights and stuff like that, but it's not the same as if you actually have open land and space.
Yeah, it's not, but you can do what's called micro farming with microgreens, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Microgreens will constantly always grow. Mm-hmm. There is no cutoff with them. They will continuously grow, and most microgreens have more nutrients and vitamins and minerals than one tomato does. And you don't have to eat as much either. It's the same thing with like bean sprouts. Bean sprouts can always grow. How you doing, Toyman? But like, see, that's a through trail food that people eat is bean sprouts. They will get bean sprouts and bite off the tips of it and still leave the bottom shell and it will continuously grow while they're on their trail, and they constantly have a food source that they can just grab and eat, and it will continuously grow. So that's also a survival food for anybody. Just like people say, okay, stinging nettles. I know, like Shadow knows about stinging nettles because they grow all over the place over in the countries across the water, but Stinging nettles, yes, they do hurt if you don't pick them with gloves and everything. But boiling stinging nettles and making a tea or a soup out of it is more nutritious and continuously growing than any other vegetable or food out there. It's kind of like lentils.
Yeah.
So you can grow that stuff and continuously have a food source.
That reminds me of something. I know it's possible. Something as simple as green onions. They grow vertically, right? I mean, like you can cut them.
Yes.
And regrow. Now it depends on your area, right? Obviously, you need some light on them, right?
Yeah, you need. I mean,
they generally probably don't prefer all shade all the time and stuff like that.
Well,
it's possible to throw them in a window.
They don't like direct sunlight, like constant sunlight. So it needs to be half shade, half sunlight, like 6 to 8 hours of sunlight, then 6 to 8 hours of shade. But the good thing about green onions is you don't need soil or anything to grow them. You can just stick them in water and they will continuously grow out of water.
Almost like it's hydroponic.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Quite. Not quite. But...
Yeah. But yeah, green onions will continuously grow. As long as you don't cut into the wick, which is the white part, as long as you cut into the green will continuously grow. But the bulb is like a nail bed for the green onions. It will continuously shrink every time it does new growth. So you have to continuously let it, if you cut it, let it grow all the way and let it bud out into a flower at the end of it. Then it will produce seeds for you. Then it'll drop seeds into the next, onto whatever catchment that you want for it. Then you just cut it off.
Yeah, propagate it out.
Yeah. So, and all you need to do with the seeds is just put it on a damp cloth and put it in a dark, cool place, and it will grow.
Mm-hmm. And staggering that life cycle. So, you get some in the early stage and some later on. So
yes,
you can per se come back every week.
Right.
Poor you, pony girl.
Yeah, giants, green onion. I mean,
that sucks, really, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
I would go with lentils then, because lentils grow just as fast. So, I mean, I would plant lentils and harvest the lentils, and then you would have something just as nutritious and have just as much nutrition and vitamins and minerals as you would from the stinging nettles.
Yeah. Guys,
and also,
I'm going to go to a bathroom break.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, no problem, Shadow Brother.
It's the coffee, right? It's the coffee.
Keep the stream going, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We'll keep talking.
We'll hold the fort down. But yeah,
well, I'll hold the fort up so it doesn't go out.
Okay, you do that, brother.
You watch below, I watch above.
Yeah, like, see, people think, oh, I'm in such a limited space or anything, and I need soil, and I need this, and I need that, and I can't, make a garden in my apartment. Well, that's not true, because there's a lot of vegetables that can grow without.
Especially if you got grow lights and stuff like that, you can.
Oh, even if you don't have grow lights, I mean, all you need. I mean,
I've seen lots of people
like a balcony.
Yeah, I've seen lots of people grow stuff. Lots of people. I've seen lots of different channels here. on YouTube that
Yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean,
And they're just
when
growing it on a balcony or on
yeah,
maybe a 2x4 spot, right? It's just how you
yeah,
use the space, right? Try to
yes,
grow,
that's
stagger stuff, grow things vertically and stuff like that.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much space you need, because there's hundreds of vegetables that you can grow without soil. You can grow, you can grow potatoes without soil. It's better to have soil for potatoes because you can do what's called a stacking layer on it, but
Yeah.
you can put potatoes in a vat of water and it will grow the spuds. They call them eyes, but they'll grow the eyes out, and those eyes will grow other potatoes out in water. So you can do it. You can do it with any root vegetable. Like you can grow root vegetables without dirt. As long as the roots are in water, they're fine.
Yeah. That's the how a hydroponic system works,
Yes.
basically.
Yes, sir. And any vine vegetable. So if you want to grow green beans, all you have to do is just have the roots touch water and they will climb on any kind of way that you want them to do, and they will produce for you. I mean, I wouldn't suggest growing green beans, in your closet, but if you have an apartment, but you could grow other things. You can even grow cattails at your house. So, and cattails is one of the most nutritious, and it's like the
Okay,
Swiss
Rob.
Army knife of survival food.
Bro.
Take care,
It,
Rob. Stay safe.
take care.
Don't worry, second starter. We got the side chat. Paying attention.
No, thank you. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I can open up chat, but it's hard for me to read and also do my reports at the same time.
Yes. Pony Girl is very talkative. Lots of input. Okay.
Well, guys, today I bought at the grocery store
Yes,
and to
sir.
buy some more stuff. So I just took the opportunity to refill my prepper pantry. So
Uh-huh.
I got potatoes, canned potatoes,
Nice.
680 grams. And when the expiry, the last best by date is on this December December 31, 2025.
Nice. Yeah.
I
You
didn't
know
know
what you can do with those.
I
You know
didn't
what?
know potatoes could last that long in
Yeah.
a can. And only
Yeah.
6 months, a half year, 6 months, a year maybe, but not until 25.
Yeah. All it takes is just water and salt to preserve potatoes, Shadow.
Yeah.
So I bought
It's like
two of
pickling.
these. I bought two of these.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And you know what you can do, Shadow?
What?
After that expiration date happens, you can take those small red potatoes and take them out of that water, dry them out, and they will continuously grow. They will create spuds. Then you can reuse those to grow. Like grow your own potatoes.
Yeah.
Because
I
they're
didn't
still
know.
living organisms.
But these potatoes are already boiled, basically. So
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. They're still living organisms. They will still continue after they've dried out. They will continue to grow because they will reactivate their cells in them.
Okay, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Well,
That's
in
why
that
that's
case, I
why
learned something
the
new
Irish
today.
survived so long.
So I think I don't eat that much potatoes, but
Yeah,
because I get tired of potatoes. But well, potatoes could be a good option. At least have them in a can.
yes,
So it's better than just in case if you want some potatoes. If my wife wants some potatoes, it's good to have at least.
yes. And
It's for those
you
times
can
when you
dry
got that
those out.
craving, right? When you
Yeah,
crave it, it's just
and
like,
you can dry those out, and you can use a cheese grater and grate it into dust, and use that dust with flour to make potato bread out of it. And potato bread will, where normal wheat and bleached bread only has like a month date on it before it starts to grow uh, penicillin on it. Um, Potato bread can last up to 3 months
Okay.
before it goes bad. So you can shred it on a cheese grater, make the dust, put it with a little bit of flour, like a quarter flour to every 2 potatoes that you shred up, and bake it, and it will make potato bread.
Okay.
And
Cool.
it's one of the longest lasting breads besides hardtack.
oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
so Shadow, I guess you'll have an option in like 3 years from now, 3 or 4 years from now. You'll
Yeah.
be like, oh yeah. Remember what Second Star said? Maybe I can try it now. That'll be a video for like
Sorry.
2024, 2025.
Yeah. I just
We'll remember it. We'll
I've done
remember this live stream, and we'll be like, "Oh yeah, I
yeah.
remember that live
Thank you,
stream now."
Pony Girl. Much appreciated.
Yes.
I've done prepping for so long, and I've done pioneer techniques for so long that it's just, second nature to me now.
Yeah, if you have done it for a long, long time, it will be a second
Yeah.
nature.
It is. It really is, brother. And it's great to meet you, Pony Girl. But like, I've done prepping for 12 years, and I've done survivalist for 16 years. And, like, before I had my land and before I took over this other 7 acres of land, this other homestead from my father-in-law, like, most of my prepping was in a 450 square foot single apartment. And I was growing tomatoes, I was growing green onions, I was growing I was
You were growing your green
you
thumb.
name
Okay. You were growing your green thumb.
yeah,
We got that Second Star. Okay.
yeah, so I hate when I hear people say, "Oh, I have too small of a space to grow stuff." No, you don't.
You can do that.
Yes. If you have a will to do it, you will find a way.
Wow, you probably could grow something in your car.
Yeah, you can.
It
You
was
should do that. You should do that. You should do that just to prove that point. Be like, see, I grew these
Yeah.
green onions in my car. They've been sitting in the car the whole time.
Actually, I knew a guy that grew oyster mushrooms in
Why
his
am I not
trunk of his
surprised?
car.
Why am I
Yeah,
not surprised? Why am I not surprised he has like a story to back that up? An example, right? See
yeah,
everyone in the side chat? See everyone in the side chat? See? Apparently it's possible.
yeah. Because
Who knew?
oyster mushrooms need pure darkness to what is it called, for the seeds to ferminate or whatever it's called. I don't do mushrooms because mushrooms are too fragile of a vegetable to grow. What is that?
You're just happy to have this. I always have.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I wonder what this is.
Pull out a clam at.
Yeah.
I was gonna use it as a scoop.
Yeah.
And then use this as a scoop. I'm actually trying.
You can
I'm
use
trying
it as a multi-tool.
Yeah, see, I'm trying it out. Really, not nature's multi-tool.
Yes.
And then try it out and
could,
see. And then randomly try it out. I'll be like,
oh yeah.
I heard of a guy here in Sweden. I believe he lived in an apartment. I believe he had only one room in the kitchen or two rooms in the kitchen. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And he was a young guy. He was probably 1920. And he was bored and he wanted to try something new. So he decided to begin to grow mushrooms in his apartment. So he did, in huge bags, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he was so successful, so he had so much mushrooms, so he couldn't do eat everything up by himself. So he began to sell them. So that was the beginning of his company. So he began to grow mushrooms in his apartment and sell them.
See, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. And
like
you can buy those mushroom starter kits here in Sweden for a reasonable cost.
Yeah.
And you can grow your own mushrooms at home. But the risk is you can get too many that you can't manage to take care of. So
yes,
you have to give away some and probably sell something away too. So,
oh yeah, I mean that's a good second income. Also, like if you have something that's a mass producing item, like mushrooms, green onions, stuff like that. Take them, sell them at a farmer's market, do something, and use that extra money for your preps. Use that for your survival gear. Use that for whatever. And don't worry about sorry.
it's okay.
And don't use your actual paycheck to splurge on stuff. Use that extra income to help better yourself.
Well, improve your situation, right? Improve your stance. Sorry, I just came back into that.
Welcome back.
Oh yeah, second start. Apparently, Pony Girl said something to you.
I accidentally left a baby aloe vera in my truck one winter, and it grew 2 inches in 2 months before I found it.
Yep. See, nature has a way of growing. Nature has a way to live no matter what. It's the same thing as me and you. It wants to live just as much as we do. So if it can, it will survive. I mean, and if it doesn't, then that's a bad strain. That's a bad gene from one of its parents. So,
Second star.
and that's, yes, sir.
before I forget. So Pony Girl says it's great to meet you, sir. That's what she said. I know you can't see the side chat, so I'm reeling it too so you can actually see it.
It's great to meet you too, Pony Girl.
Yeah, she's really nice. So
Right.
you can find her on almost every stream.
That's awesome. See, I
Yeah.
love people like this. You know, that's why I love hanging and talking with all y'all.
Yeah, that is the best thing with this community is, well, you go to a live stream and you don't expect to see another person that were on the last stream before you got to a new one, and see the same
Right.
person pop in there too. Hey again.
Yeah.
Hi
But-
again.
And you know, like the awesome thing with our community is we all have different experiences with every situation. Somebody else may have a better way of growing, say,
Or
you
better
know,
understanding of
red
it.
potatoes. Yeah, or better understanding of this gene of a vegetable, or this way of building a hydroponics. You know, there's so much
Mhm.
differences in each one of us and there is no master of survival. There is no master of prepping. We are every day we are learning something new and something better. And we are all the time evolving in this way of life.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And, yeah. It's like, you know, what can I learn today? What has CR done? What has CR made that I
can tell
learn
you.
from?
I can tell you what I did today.
See? What'd
I'm
you
eating. I'm eating right now because you guys are talking about food. That's why I keep turning off the camera.
It's like,
So that's what I did.
it's like I can tell. It's like I can tell you 16 different ways to make coffee without actual coffee beans. Like there is dandelion coffee. Like, okay, there's
No, I'm just
there's
kidding, I'm just kidding,
dandelion coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, there, and a lot of people don't understand that. You know, we as a society have relied on caffeine for everything, not just coffee, but Coca-Cola, you know, Cokes and caffeinated water and even chocolate has caffeine in it.
Tea.
So people say, "Oh, you know, I'm not a coffee drinker. I don't do caffeine or anything." That's a lie because everything has caffeine in it. You know, that's a pushing point for a lot of us. And if the end of the world happens,
you drink cola.
Yeah.
Drink cola, something
if you
like
drink,
Mountain Dew. That stuff has caffeine in it.
Yeah.
And some of
that
the energy
drinks
are also
energy drinks.
got caffeine in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even tea has caffeine in it.
Yeah.
You know?
I know.
Yeah.
So, you know,
it's in my
people
blood, the
think,
caffeine.
oh, yeah. And that's the thing. A lot of like survival channels and everything, they're like, oh, if you're not a caffeine drinker or anything like this. And I'm like, why do you say that? Everybody has caffeine in their body. 90% of the stuff that we drink and eat has caffeine in it. Like, even that candy bar that you're eating, that dark chocolate has caffeine in it.
How'd you know I was eating that? How'd you know I was eating that? No, I'm just kidding.
CR.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
We got a new one popped in. Boat
Hello.
Boat Iowa. Welcome.
Hello.
I was never good at pronouncing.
Yeah, I'm not either.
That's why I'm just highlighting the name and saying hi.
Boat Iowa.
Boatsos, Iowa.
Just boats.
I believe it is.
Yeah, something like that. Just boats.
Welcome,
okay.
Boatsos. Good to see you here.
You know, second story in Shadow. I mean, there's a lot of resources out there, right? There is potential out there. I know there is. I've seen so much of it. I've seen so much of it before. And a lot of the times, well, I didn't say a lot of times, but sometimes it's people discard too quickly at times. Like, I'm not trying to say forward, but sometimes people discard way too quickly. Way too quickly at times. You know,
well, we're in a throwaway.
Well, yeah, we're in a disposable kind of society, right?
Life,
where it's just like, you know, it's like,
I mean,
like it's like the zip tie. There's a zip tie. Right? Yeah. You know, I did it, and wow, now I got a zip tie. Or something like that. I mean, I rescued the solar light. I actually did rescue it.
Yeah.
It's not working now, but I managed to get 3 years out of that.
Nice.
Right, so I at least put it back to good use for a little bit. Wish it lasted longer, but
good to see you, buddy. How are you doing, Dobby?
Hi.
Hello. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we have turned into a wasteful society now. Everything and anything
single use,
throwaway.
Single use, right?
Yeah.
We're not like in the past where we used to like circulate the resources back around, right? It's just like, you know,
right.
It's like the clothing, for example, making quilts with it, right? Nowadays we got we got fast fashion like left, right, and center. Clothing that's like I can get a t-shirt for $2, a couple bucks, right? Why do I need to learn how to make one?
Right. And you know, it's one of those things. That's a thing that people don't realize. In a end of the world situation or something like that. That's the one thing that we will never run out of is clothing. There is so much clothing in the world, from secondhand shops to houses to everything. That
second start. If we ever ran out of clothing, I would feel naked and afraid. I threw that in, guys. I threw that in. Come on.
Right.
You know.
But you know that's one of the things. You know, we will run out of food and natural resources before we would run out of plastic and clothing and metal. Like, we will run out of wood before we run out of metal, because it's been made so much, you know.
Well, yeah, we got steel everywhere.
Yeah.
there's steel in our electronics, right?
Right.
There's probably a little bit of steel in my mouse.
Yeah.
Our multi,
if
our axes and power tools and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's a thing. That's a thing that we're going to have to learn how to, that preppers and, homesteaders and stuff are going to have to learn how to reuse is metal. People are going to have to relearn how to do blacksmithing once again. Because
that is a skill I would like to learn, blacksmithing.
I could teach you, brother, if I was out there. I'm a master blacksmith.
Whoa! You never told me this. How come I didn't know? How come I didn't know about this till now?
Because
see, everyone, you're gonna jump on live stream so you get to know people better. I thought I knew this guy down here, but clearly, I did not know this guy that well.
I don't ever say it because.
Well, obviously, because this is the first time I've heard about this.
Right. I'm sorry, brother.
But I know how to weld. I know how to weld. That is a skill I know. So.
And see, I don't know welding. I know how to tack weld, like spot weld, but that's about it. I can't do true welding, like straight lines and stuff like that. I'm only good at the bare minimum.
Speak of minimal, I like that comment that Tony Girl just put in there.
There is a new minimalist movement, but I found so many preps just cleaning my garage due to people leaving the things at my house because they didn't want them, my treasures.
Yes, reuse. You know that saying, one man's junk is another man's treasure? That goes for survivalism and prepping. Because you got to realize survivalism isn't just about survival. It's also being able to scavenge and to reuse items that is not conventional, but use it for your advantage. But a lot of people in prepping and stuff like that think, oh, you have to have this specific item for this specific purpose or whatever. But no, it's all about reusing and, upcycling it.
Exactly. Using the resources you do have. Using what you do have to get what you need.
Right.
I'm quoting that from someone.
Yes. It's it's like, okay, you go find a 2 horsepower motor. Okay. Well, you don't have an alternator to run that, but you do have a clock gear, a sprocket gear. You can put that sprocket gear on the turnbuckle of that 2 horsepower motor, and you can find a bicycle that's, on the side of the road. You can bring that bicycle back, hook that bicycle chain up to that sprocket gear, and pedal that bicycle to generate power to power whatever you need.
It's funny. Sometimes I'll find bicycles and stuff like that, and it's basically nothing wrong with the chain or any of the gears or anything like that. It's just because it has a flat. I'm like, really? You abandoned? And people abandon that because it's just like, oh, I don't want to walk that home, so they'll take the loss instead.
Yeah, it's like that goes back to what you said. We're a throwaway society. That bicycle probably cost them what, $15? $15 at a secondhand shop, they could go back to the secondhand shop and buy
Well,
another one for $15.
it could be something a little bit more per se fancy. Has rear suspension and all
Yeah.
that stuff, and they'll still ditch it.
Right. But I'm just saying, it's easy to replace a bicycle. You know what I mean?
Well, if you have the knowledge and the skill, and obviously the equipment to do it. Well, I mean the tube, I guess, right? It's not like it's because people, it's just because I've seen that time and time again. It's just like I'm just like, oh, I'm like walking home. I'm like, hey, I could actually take this.
Doing good. How about you? Right.
Hey, second star.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yes. Pony Girl says, "Oh, that's awesome. Free power!" Exclamation mark. Thanks. Second star survival.
No problem. You're welcome.
And Pony Girl, yes. See, Scavenger has CR in it. I'm just saying.
Yes.
I know. I'm just saying.
Okay, give me 1 second, everybody. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right.
I saw a guy, he took a regular bike. He took off, I believe, it was the rear wheel, put a strap on it, and connected it to probably a generator. And he locked the bike, and just
the rear wheel, yeah.
Yeah, so he got the power to.
Yeah, I know people that free cycle that kind of stuff to actually make something like that. I've seen that before. I remember that even 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was aired on Discovery Channel. It was aired on Discovery
Channel. Yeah, I believe it was.
Yes, I love that show. I wish it went longer than 2 seasons.
Riri Mama, welcome to the channel. And the
stream. Is it? Well, wait, it's not morning there. I was gonna say konnichiwa, but it's not actually.
Yeah.
There right now, it's not morning there.
Konnichiwa, Riri.
Yes, but it's not morning there.
It's good to see you.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot out there. I mean, like,
it's interesting what people can come up with for interesting
when you have the tools and the skill and knowledge to back that up, right? I mean, like, if I had like a welder, a forge, and all that stuff, a bicycle would be endless possibility, right? I mean, I can convert that into like a chair, probably a metal chair.
Yeah,
actually, I probably could, right? I mean, you got gears on it. You got, the gear, the steel wire for the gears and stuff like that. I mean,
I guess he lost the connection again.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll just fill in for him. Again.
When I learned welding, it took me 1 year and 3 months until I was finished welder, and I built 2 things. And the first thing was I built a barbecue, a grill. I built it.
Nice.
And welded together in, I believe it was 3 mil metal.
Okay.
Yeah. Not that thick metal, only 3 mil. It's enough. And the other thing I built was, it was a smoker. You smoke fish and meat and things like that. I can tell you that smoker was really, really heavy. I think that weighed, about 30 kilo to carry around with. So it's pretty heavy one. Don't have that.
Second star will be back. He says the
Yeah,
signal's bad going bad.
yeah, I figured. I don't have that smoker up here where I live now. My mother has it in her apartment somewhere.
Well, that's nice of her. To hold it for
Yeah,
you, right? Keep it safe, right?
but I would like to have it up here, but it's too heavy to carry on a longer distance. So
I see, I see.
um,
This reminds me of like taking shop class when I was younger and stuff like those were like my favorite kind of classes in school, attending school, like shop class, woodworking, that kind of stuff, right? Making a birdhouse and stuff like that. I actually
yeah,
still have that birdhouse. I still have that birdhouse.
yeah.
It's seen better days. It's aged, but still out there.
So so technically, if I had a welder, I could basically uh,
Make more
build.
videos. You'll
Well,
have more. You would have more videos.
I could build a shelf, basically
Yeah,
of
you'd be like so
these
busy.
these
Yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about.
iron rods that are in angle.
Yeah.
You can buy those in an angle, 90-degree angle, and those are really good because you can weld it together and you have a shelf.
Hey, would be really cool? Reusing a bunch of bicycles, the metal from them, and making the shelf out of them. That'd be pretty cool. I
Yeah,
don't see that being impossible to do. Now you would need tools and stuff like that to do it, but I mean that'd be a good way of reusing or repurposing.
yeah.
That'd be
So
really good.
I had the idea a couple of years ago to build me a shelf in metal in uh, angle iron or what you ever call
Hmm.
the English word is for it. Um, but I would buy a couple of these and weld everything together because it's an easy construction. It's not a complicated construction. Well, the only thing is that might be complicated if you are not skilled at welding. So, but
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, if you have the skill, knowledge, and experience, and well, obviously the tools in this case, right? You can do it. But for most people, it's because they don't have that kind of stuff, right? They don't have the experience. They don't have the tools to do it. So they're forced to, pay someone else or buy it.
yeah.
You know,
Second star says, I'll redo my video on how to make a gas powered bicycle out of electric or gas powered weed eater or lawnmower motor.
that'd be
That
awesome.
sounds really interesting, actually. But the problem is, and if you're gonna need the metal you need to build a shelf like that, well, it's expensive. So, and you need the right metal for it.
Hmm.
Well, you can make it in stainless steel, but you need the right thing to weld it with because you can't use a regular uh, stick for a regular metal. You need another stick when you arch. If you're gonna arch weld it, you need a stick that are stainless steel as well because otherwise it won't work. So
Hmm. I had something in here. Well, I can't show it because I have something on top of it right now, and I have stuff in the way. But I remember taking three exact same wooden doors, and I created a shelf for it because
yeah,
I have free, right? I mean, it was like so super easy. I'm like, all I had to do was get some a drill, pilot holes, a couple of screws, and next thing I know, I got a shelf. I can
Yeah.
put some stuff on. You know, so to
So
me, it's a it's like a win-win, right? Because I don't have to spend money at it per se. I'm reusing it, and it gets a second life.
yeah. And my idea was to buy me a portable welder. So
Mm.
you can find some for about, if we are gonna talk about dollars, well, maybe $200-300 for a portable welder, and you
Mm-hmm.
can get an arc welder for $200-300. Um, that's about two thousand, 3,000 in my currency. So, uh, but there you can only this stick you weld with that contains the metal. Uh, they they are in different dimensions, in from 1 millimeter, 1.5 to 2.5 and
Mm-hmm.
3.5 millimeters. So those portable welding machines are can only as maximum take a 3 mil or maybe
Mm.
3.5 mil. You can go up to 4 and 5 mils
Mm.
stick as well, but you need a bigger welding machine for that.
That's of the next per se tool thing I want to get. That's something right there,
Yeah,
and a forge would be nice too. No, because once you can manipulate and alter and change the shape in the form of metal, well, you can do a lot of things, right?
yeah,
You can create a lot of things, right? It's just like with woodworking type of tools like a lathe, a saw, etc. A file and all this other stuff. You can start making stuff as easy as, well, not quite as easy as this, but quite as easy as my little curveball. This is what
yeah,
I use for undoing stitchings
yeah.
and stuff like that. Super useful, easy to make. I use this all the time. I was using it like the other day too, because I was reusing some thread on some stuff.
So yeah, what do you had made that hook of? Is that
I forget what this was. It was a stiffer piece of metal I had. I mean, I had to use a multi-tool pliers to curve it, but it's
yeah,
because I was like thinking to myself, well, I don't want to use a seam ripper because I'm not trying to rip it out. I'm actually trying to use it, reuse it, right? Because sometimes I'll do that. I'll do that every so often and take the time for it because, just because I want to. Usually the thread's still good on it, and depending what I'm using and stuff like
yeah.
that.
I watched a YouTube video, I believe. Yeah, it was on YouTube. There were a guy. He had just a simple car battery and those jump starter cables, and he put a coin on the one end and put the other end on the battery, and he put he had the coin in. He put that, and he got sparks, and he could actually weld with it. It was a really interesting thing to. I never that will
I've
not work,
I've heard
but it
I've heard
works.
I've heard of something else too, but I have not tried it myself yet about for welding. But that's something a little bit more. I wouldn't say expert level, but intermediate. Something
Yeah,
probably I wouldn't try as a beginner. Not yet. But
but I don't remember if it was the black cable or the red one. But he could weld with that, and it works just fine. And I was really impressed. Well, you didn't need any big welding machine for that. It basically works for emergency welding if you absolutely need something to weld.
Yeah, that's probably one of those things. It's just like, scale, right? You can do small scale. You're not going to do anything major, or
No.
heavy pieces,
No.
stuff like that.
Maybe it works. Maybe if something is small that is almost falling off, something like that. So that
See, if I had a forge, I would make aluminum parabolic type of mirror. Because for some reason, Pony Star and Second Star are, Pony Girl. Sorry, not Pony Star. Pony Girl and Second Star are talking about that. You want to make a parabolic cooker?
Yeah, like a parabolic cooker.
I know people have tried that with satellite dishes and stuff like that, and giant lenses and stuff like that. I got a giant lens. You know what? Second Star, you can make charcoal with that then. No need for fire.
Yeah.
I've done it. It totally works, and you can make unlimited charcoal. And how I say it, you're indirectly using sunlight to make fire because you're making charcoal.
It's one of those. Yeah. It's one of those. See, the thing with the cooker is it's got to be a 2-part to where it opens up so it can be portable, because most parabolic cookers that
usually
people have made,
they're one piece,
and they
look like a dish, right? They're meant for stationary purposes, not portable. They have these other ones that'll fly open and stuff like that.
Well, there's a company that it's like a survival company. They've made it was made by a Black Ops member of the U.S. Army, and supposedly you can boil water in it and everything, but it opens up as like a reflective surface on the top and the bottom, and you can pour like 2 gallons of water in it and boil the water inside of it and close it back up.
Is it a tube?
Is
it a tube?
Yeah, it's a tube.
Yeah, it's that tube that has it has that curve reflection.
Yeah, like the clamshell.
Yeah, because it's vacuum sealed and it's dark or black.
Yeah,
to absorb solar energy into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see videos on people making shish kebabs on it and stuff like that. It's a little bit different from like the sun oven, for example. That tends to use reflectors to reflect heat into the cast iron, for example, right?
I want to make it more of like a compact, more of a compact area effect on it, to where it opens up like a makeup mirror kind of thing, like a powder mirror, and it has maybe when it opens up completely, it has a grill, like a grill piece on it, so it cooks from the bottom and the top, where it's both where the point of the sun will magnify onto it. Then the radiant heat from the outside will continuously cook it. So I don't know. I have to work on the angles and everything of it.
Well, I do know that if it's insulated or vacuum sealed, it does work better, because then you're trapping the heat, kind of like a greenhouse, right? So you have the heat that's coming in is not escaping right away. It's building up and building up. It'll stay warm even without, let's say, cloudy period, 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, and see, that's the bad thing too. It's just like anything with solar power, if there's no sun, it doesn't work. So it's one of those bad things, and that's
Well,
one
yeah.
thing that we need is fire, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
to tell you the
However,
truth,
however,
Yeah.
you know, second star, I will say this, but you know, with sunny breaks, because I've done
Mhm.
solar ignition with sunny breaks, sun showers, and sun flurries. It just depends.
Yes.
Enough of the disk of the sun is exposed, and depending how big your reflector or lens is too, right? Because
Right.
you know, it is possible. I know it's possible. I've done solar ignition in rain, in sun showers before. It
Yeah.
just because the sun was more west to me, and the showers were coming straight down, right? So technically, I'm getting
Mhm.
the light still. You know, would it have been easier with Fairrod and later? Probably, but just to show it is still possible. You don't per se always need a bright sunny day, but obviously
Right.
it works better that way. You know, and also you
Yes.
have char cloth, char punk wood, that helps too.
Oh yeah.
Pony
Hey.
Girl says, "Man, I'm learning so much on this channel with you boys. This rocks."
Cool.
Well, it could be.
Nah.
Pony girl, we're just getting started. We're just getting started in here.
Yeah.
We haven't even. I haven't even shown anything. I'm just talking.
Right.
We're just talking. We
Good
haven't even
morning,
shown
Patrick.
anything. When you start
Yeah.
showing something, then you can say that to us.
Trust me, Pony Girl, we're just a bunch of bored guys.
With a lot of knowledge, Eleanor.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, you know what's
you
funny?
know that.
I have dryer weight in my pocket for some reason. I'm a
Well,
just in case.
you know what's fascinating?
This must be that fire starter I was looking for.
Yeah.
I was wondering what it
Well,
went up to.
like the human body is better suited. See, that's what I've not understood for so long is the human body is better adapted to eat and digest raw meat than it is cooked meat. So it's like I know eating a warm, hot meal is
Second star. I think
yeah,
you're making me hungry. I mean, you're making Pony Girl hungry. Pony Girl
Yeah,
hungry. I mean
Pony
me.
Girl. That,
Yeah, I think you're making us hungry. Can we just talk about water?
I'm
I'll talk about
sorry.
water, shelter, fire. Don't talk about food.
Well, but that's the thing. Like our bodies as humans are better adapted at eating everything raw and natural than it is processed. Like that goes for vegetables, that goes for meat, that goes for anything, even fish. I
yeah,
mean,
I love
look how
sushi.
much, yeah, look at sushi. That is considered, I mean, that is technically raw fish.
It is.
So, and
Well,
nobody
not
gets sick
all
from
sushi's
it.
not raw though. Sometimes they
Right.
will cook it. It
Yeah.
just depends,
Yeah. I
right?
mean,
It
yeah,
just
they
depends.
will.
Because the rice is actually cooked in it too, right? Or steamed or whatever, right?
Yes.
And it's rolled
Yeah.
in.
The rice is cooked. Yeah.
Or they got
But,
crab, something like that. Usually, shrimp or something like that. Usually,
hmm
they will cook it just for safety reasons.
yeah. I mean, yeah, they say safety reasons, but
No,
you
I
know,
said safety reasons.
well, yeah, but FDA and all these people that, they
You know, if you're selling it at the store or something like that, right?
Welcome, Hostador.
right.
Good to see you, my friend. Good
Hey,
to
how
see
you
you.
doing?
I homestead on.
But yeah, how you doing, Oz? I understand that, Pony Girl.
Yeah. Arizona
Yeah,
has
like
a lot of sun.
yeah, so does Texas. I mean,
Yeah,
it's supposed to be winter and we're sitting here at 88 degrees, you know.
yeah.
So,
Really? I think it's like
yeah.
48 here. I think it's like 48
Oh,
here.
yeah, I
So
think
that's
last night it
that's
got
8
down to
Celsius, by
50.
the way, for everyone else
Yeah.
not living in the U.S. I got pretty good at doing it now.
I'm
Pretty
glad
good
because I
at it.
never have. I've never got good
That's
at
me.
doing that.
That's because I have an international audience now. You Americans that come in,
Right.
I always have to convert everything. So I'm like, oh, I might as well remember it, make it easy, So that way I look
See that.
smart. I mean, not dumb.
It's good to see you too, Oz.
But yeah, like I'll redo that. I did it a long time ago when I first started my YouTube channel,
Well,
and I
clearly,
took it
because I don't,
down
I don't,
because
I don't even know. I don't even know that. Oh, you took it down. That's why.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I took it down because the quality was so bad and I didn't know how to hold the camera, and it was one of my first ones, and I was like, eh. It was like when I was still running around with a blue and black zebra haversack.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Haversacks are really useful, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. I love haversacks. I mean, it's just a giant pocket.
You
Like
can
you
get
can.
a lot of stuff in it if you consider the size of it.
Yes, sir.
It has a lot of space in it, so
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I, and they are to wear them.
hmm
They are really comfortable. You think
yes.
haversacks should be very uncomfortable and to wear, but they are really comfortable.
Oh yeah. Well, they also come with a wider strap than most sling bags do.
Yeah,
Like so that distributes the weight a lot more instead of like bearing down in one specific spot like most new age sling bags do.
yeah.
And also the strap was also a lot thicker too. Like my haversack strap was made out of cordura, and
Yeah,
it was the thick cordura, so it didn't hurt or anything.
I have weird shoulder bags that really cut into my shoulder, and you have to change shoulder because it hurts too much on the other one. So
Yes,
it's not a pleasant experience to wear
you would
something to cut
you would
straight
probably
into the shoulder.
right. You would probably like get some get some paracord and wrap it around that strap, and it would give that extra padding on it,
Yeah,
and it would lift it more off your shoulder.
yeah.
Do like just a basic cobra knot on it, and it doesn't
Oh
have
yeah,
to
the
be
Cobra,
anything
the Cobra
fancy,
Bleep would probably be flat too, right?
Yes. Yeah, and it would also spread out the strap a lot wider, so it would cover more area on your
Yes,
shoulder.
like that.
Yeah, see like
Yeah,
that?
Yeah, because this would be the way. And
Yeah,
yes, I randomly always have it because it's always on me now.
right.
and it's
Yeah, if you it,
easy to tie them, so it's it's
yes,
not
sir.
not complicated. So
Yeah.
It's just like,
And I mean,
something. I was gonna say it's just like sewing, right? Once it takes a little bit to get it started, you have to make progress in it until you finish. But once it's done, it's just like sweet.
yeah.
Now I just
Yes,
gotta make
sir,
another
it
two
is.
for the next 2 bags.
Yeah, I mean, that's a thing that a lot of like backpacks and like backpack companies and everything, they don't take into consideration. They say that they're making a hiking backpack, or they say that they're making a survival backpack, but they're really making it just to make profit. They're not making it to be comfortable and long-term use. It's
Well, that's where single-use disposable makes you money.
right.
Razors, for example,
Yeah.
shaving razors, stuff like that. That's right.
Oh yeah.
If I remember right from some history and some videos I see, they were trying to make something reusable. Then someone persuaded them to make something disposable because you can make more money at it because people want to keep buying it.
Right. Because they knew if it's just like when we created cans. When canned food first came out, it had no expiration date on it. So companies were actually losing money creating canned food because people would buy canned food and save it for that one time that they actually need it. And then they were saying, well, we're not making the money that we needed, so we need to start putting an expiration date or a sell by date on these cans
before
in order to freak people out so we can make more money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like if you buy a can of tuna, I have cans of tuna in my prepping closet that are 5 years old. And I made 4 tuna sandwiches out of them because I didn't have any tuna, so I went to my prepper cabinet and got some tuna out. And it is still just as good as one as I would buy off the shelf. And it's 5 years old. After the expiration date.
You know what, Second Star? I'll speak for everyone. I know we're all getting hungry. I'm trying to get off the topic of food, but he keeps talking about.
I'm sorry.
At least come on, Second Star. At least pass me some water to wash it, so I don't feel as hungry. I can fill my stomach with water.
I could get you. I could go to a cedar tree.
I'm trying to help the side chat here. I'm surprised
I could go to a cedar tree and get some capsaicin off of it and give it to you to chew on. That'd be a hunger suppressant. But yeah, but it's just one of those things. Best Buy dates. It's just a ploy to scare people into. The only thing that you really have to worry about expiration dates on is frozen food. Anything that needs to be refrigerated, because they can get freezer burn.
Well, yeah. Yeah, for example, if you use power, it falls out and freezes back up, right?
Yes.
I think this is why people say something about using a cup. Wait, I just happen to have a cup nearby. You put a cup, right? You fill it up. You put a coin, whatever. I would just put a nickel. I wouldn't, or a piece of metal. It doesn't really matter, right? Let that freeze, right? Then once it freezes, and you turn it upside down and leave that in your freezer. So now the
Yep.
coin's at the bottom. So if it ever falls out, the coin would or piece of metal would drop to the bottom. That's how you
Yes.
know that it melted, that it got so warm or the power went out for so long that the piece of metal fell.
Yes.
You know, that's something you would do if you were go on vacation or whatever.
But see, that's for the older fridges. That's for the older ones, because like newer fridges now do a defrost. So they defrost off of it and refreeze again. So it's supposed to be like a better saving. Like it's supposed to keep your frozen food and everything better. It'll de-thaw it out slightly and refreeze it again, so it doesn't have that continuous freeze on it and get freezer burn.
I tried to bring up water, and here he is bringing up food again. I tried. I've been trying to get us off this topic, but nope.
Yeah, awesome. The thing is, as long as the can, see, there's one thing that companies now have done with canned food. They have actually put a plastic liner on the inside of the cans. So after the expiration date of it, you only have
What's up?
yeah, you only have how you doing,
What's-
brother?
Auslander in the house with us.
Hey,
Hey,
g'day.
brother.
Are you done talking about food too? If you guys are done still talking about food, maybe I should go get some more snacks.
You need to go get another candy bar, sir.
What?
It's good to see you, Jack.
I thought coffee would cut it, but no. I'm talking the second star here.
I know, right? But canned food companies have now started putting plastic liners on the inside of cans now. So after the expiration date, the preservatives in whatever that you bought will eat through that plastic liner and make it unedible for you to eat.
The acid, right?
Yeah.
And I know Pony Girls is saying about how they found a can of fruit doesn't. I found can of fruit doesn't last as long as veggie or meat.
Right.
Something acidic.
Well, it's the same thing with tomatoes.
Yeah,
Tomatoes don't last as long either because it's so acidic. And and like Hunt's, like if you get Hunt's marinara sauce or spaghetti sauce or anything like that, they have the plastic liner inside those cans, so it will eat through that plastic liner faster and poison you. So whenever you think you're going to stockpile a certain canned food, make sure you buy one can first. Go home and open it up and make sure that there's no plastic liner on the inside of it. And if it doesn't have the plastic liner in it, go and stock up on it. But if it has the plastic
and you
liner,
try it out first,
don't
right?
buy it.
Eat what you want to actually store.
Yes.
Right? You don't like
and
beans,
always
don't store
try
beans.
it.
Yeah, always try the food
Right.
first, right? So glad I'm not picking.
Because you don't want to. Oh yeah, and that's the thing also. If you're going to be prepping and you're going to be stockpiling stuff, make sure you get every kind of spice possible, because you don't want the same tasting food every single day, because not only your mind but your taste buds and your stomach will start rejecting that exact same flavor. You will throw up. You will get sick from it, because your body can only go through the same redundancy over and over before it gets tired of it. So if you got pinto beans, make it one flavor today, but then add Italian seasoning to it tomorrow. Add, Asian seasonings to it the next day. Put a little bit of meat in it, change
Spice
it
it
up.
up. Spice it up.
Yeah.
Kick it up a notch, right?
Literally spice it up.
Yeah, right. Hey, you can learn
Because-
quite a bit. You can learn quite a bit from those shows like on the Food Network and stuff like that. Where they only
Yes.
have one ingredient and they're those kind of shows. Yeah, you can actually or well, people make it different ways, right? It's like, ooh, here's the secret ingredient, and you're gonna make it work, right?
Yes.
So if they can do it, we can do it.
Right. Yeah, food. I mean, seriously, yeah, food is king, but you also in a survival and prepper situation, also stock up on water mix-ins, because it goes for the same thing with water. Drinking plain water every day with every meal is going to make you tired also, and make you not want to eat, because you don't want to drink just plain water with something,
Soup,
Yeah,
or stews, or
like,
broth and stuff like that.
right. Take those bones from whatever and make a bone broth out of it. Make something.
Pull the
Flavor
marrow
up.
out. Pull the marrow out.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, do that. Boil it down. You can boil the bones down, boil the marrow out of the bones into the water, and make the broth that way.
Or just break the bone and just push it out.
Yeah, or just scoop it out.
Right, and just go like that.
Yeah, and get water add-ins. Get whatever powdered drinks that you want, stuff like that. Yeah, see, like chicken bones, squirrel bones, stuff like that. Those are perfect. Those are perfect protein. What's the word I'm thinking of? Substitutes. But yeah, always spice up everything that you need. And it's also a good morale booster too, to have some kind of flavor in the water. So, and say there's a muddy puddle of water there. Yeah, you have a water filter to filter it out, but it's still muddy water afterwards, So instead of drinking that dirt and tasting that dirt in the water, at least put, some high C punch or, fruit punch flavoring in it, so it can be fruity mud water.
Ooh, look, I got muddy coffee.
So yeah,
it looks like coffee, but it tastes like mud.
I mean, coffee does look like mud, so you won't know the difference.
Hey, CR, this is a great cup of coffee. Oh, thanks. I used that puddle over there. What?
Right.
Pony Girl says something to you second.
These points need to be passed on to other channels. This is important info.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Pony. I mean, it's just basic, like lots of teas, different varieties. Yeah. And Homestead, there's so many natural vegetation out there that you can turn into tea also. I mean, you can get blackberry leaves, you can get blueberry leaves, you can get any kind of medicinal herb or anything and turn it into a tea also. But it's still the same thing as, because teas is kind of like water, unless you actually have like a fruity flavor to it. Because you would get tired of the same tea. That's why a lot of people add milk and add honey and add all this other stuff to their teas, because just plain tea is just as boring as water, you know. Same thing with coffee.
Yeah.
Hey, second
Hey,
star, keep
Jack.
talking about things we drink. It's better
Yeah.
than the food, because I'm getting hungry talking about the food.
Sorry.
Should we? I think we should let Jack come in and
Yes.
say something as
Yeah,
well.
I'm sorry.
He needs to get a coffee. He just wrote that. He just said that. Now I need a second coffee. Be right back.
Yeah, I have
Yes,
added
yes.
some more things to my pantry actually.
You know, this reminds me. Yesterday, I actually reorganized mine a little bit more. I
Yeah.
got
My
more space on the shelf.
canned potatoes, Pony Girl, and some cans of veggies. I have added extra.
That's cool.
Some cans with green beans, carrots. Yeah.
I'll be sending those vegetarian MREs to you soon, Shadow.
Yeah.
I almost forgot about that. You guys said that last time. I think it was last time.
Yeah. It's just, I got them for my wife to eat because she's a semi-vegetarian, and but the thing is she's allergic to tomatoes, and the main ingredient in every single one of those MREs is tomato paste.
Well, that's a no-go.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
Still getting hungry. I'm still getting hungry.
Yeah, Tara, they're that's the thing. Everybody, like, in just a basic home, there is almost at least 5 different species of, you know, edible plants that we consider weeds, but we can eat them.
Yep.
And we
Wild
just
chives.
cut them down every day.
Chives.
Yeah.
Wild chives, for example.
Nice, Oz. Yeah.
So Jack,
Ozlander is is he
I
back
think we,
yet?
I think we should let Jack say
I thought he was
something
getting
as
coffee.
well.
I thought
He
he was
has
getting
been
coffee.
so
I thought he was getting coffee. Oh, he's back. See, he's not back.
Back, sir.
No, I don't think he's back.
As soon as you get back, you just say hello and we will shut up.
He'll come back. We're still talking. He'll be like, "Okay, I'll just wait again."
Yeah, probably.
Right.
Probably most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know how much food I have, how long that food I have in my prepper pantry now, how long that will last, but I have at least 5 kilo rice, 4.5 kilo oatmeal, 12 cans with mackerel, 6 cans tuna, 2 packs with lentils, and a lot of cans with veggies. So,
see, oh, go ahead, Sarah.
I was gonna say is now I gotta go check how much rice I got. It's like I should. I'll be back. Let me go check. Just to double check.
Well, if you look at the British rule of India, where they were rationing out rice and beans to the Indians of India, one human can survive on a cup of beans and a cup of rice every day, and that's enough sustainability for one individual for 24 hours.
Depending what you're doing.
So,
still.
Yeah.
Right. If you're
So
the more
if you-
active you are, if you're burning that energy like mad, well, you might need a little bit more.
Hey,
Well,
Charlie.
they were also working these people. You know,
Mhm.
they were working the Indians and just giving them 1 cup of rice and 1 cup of beans a day, and that was it. And they were working them like 8 hours a day. So, the best way you can do Shadow is look at how much you eat right now on a daily basis and half it, and then quarter that.
That's what I
And
say about
that's how
TP.
long.
That's what I say
Yeah.
about TP. That is what I said that is exactly what I said last year to everyone. I'm
Yep.
just like half it, quarter it, right?
Yeah.
That's how long it
And-
could potentially last.
Yes. And, you know, with what I saw on your video and everything, Shadow,
Yeah,
if it's just you and your wife,
yeah, it is.
Okay, if it's just you and your wife, it should be able to, if you ration it and doing like, say you do a cup of rice, a cup of beans for each one of you, you would probably have right now with what you have maybe a month to go through. That's doing the bare minimum.
Yeah, then you're sheltering in place and stuff like that. Before you're not
Yes.
doing your usual workout tasks.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Nice.
That's great. Wonderful, Charlie.
Awesome.
That's cool,
Uh,
Ghost. I gotta.
He
like
has
learning.
a great channel. He has a great channel with great content. So if you don't unsubscribe to him, I suggest you go to and check his channel out and subscribe to him.
That's cool. I'll check him out after this.
Yeah, he is a guy with great knowledge, and he has a lot of experience. It's about hunting, snaring, well, almost everything, wild eatables and wild medicines. Well, he has a great knowledge.
That's cool.
Yeah.
See, I like learning ideas and knowledge of other countries, like even like because like in Sweden, there's survival food that's been around for hundreds of years in Sweden that America doesn't know anything about. And there's techniques and stuff that your ancestors have used that that nobody here knows. So learning that extra knowledge can still help and prepare you.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, guys. I can't take it anymore.
Okay.
I gotta
go get your food.
Snack. How'd you know? Oh yeah, because I've been talking about. I mean, you've been talking about it for the last hour.
You shall be excused, sir. Well.
Hey, Jack.
See, there he is. Hey, what's up,
Yeah,
man?
had to get my second coffee, man. Because of all this
I'm
coffee
sorry.
talk, tea talk.
Yeah, that's
See,
okay, buddy.
see. This is why I'm getting food, because he kept talking about food. I tried to change the subject. He just keeps talking about it. I talked about coffee. Then I made Jack get a coffee. I'm sorry.
How
man.
you doing, sir?
What is up, man?
Me?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, we've been
Oh,
talking for the
okay.
last hour.
I've just been listening. I just hopped on.
Oh.
And you guys were on. I'm like, oh, great. I didn't miss the show this time. Because 10 hours
Sure.
difference, time zones.
Well, he started
Yeah.
late too this time. Like half an hour late.
All good. Got our Aussie flag up in the yard. Just putting little
Nice.
touches here and there, little prayers on the walls and all that. Be happy, always tell the truth, laugh out loud, work hard, love one another, keep your promises, help others, do your best, say your prayers, please and thank you, try new things, use kind words, and smile. I got that in front of me to remind me every day, stay positive.
Hey,
You can do it.
Exactly.
hey, in
Stay
this time
positive is
period, you
important.
need stuff like that.
Okay, since he's back, he'll take over for me, and I'm gonna go do that everything.
Don't
Yes,
forget to
sir.
spice it up. Spice it up, see ya.
Yeah, spice it up.
Yes, but with what?
Go get your food.
Charlie, do you want to come up?
Yeah, get the whole family up here.
Yeah.
we
You
are a
paid
nice
for it.
family.
Yeah, you paid for this. You can have up to 10 people.
Yeah.
You can have up to 10 people.
Oh, poor Charlie.
No.
Folks, I have to run. Hockey game soon coming.
Yeah, he's
And I have a
Canadian.
ton of footage to edit in the next
Of course.
35 minutes.
Of course. He's Canadian.
Oh,
He's
boy.
Canadian, all right. Take care,
He's
man.
in
It's all good.
Newfoundland, so
Now,
By the way,
the
that's on the
Newfoundland.
that's on the East Coast, like Atlantic. For
So,
was it-
non-Canadian residents.
What happened? What happened when they found new lands? They name it the
I don't know.
Newfoundland. Newest Newfoundland.
Well, you go ask him. He lives out there. He probably knows it better.
It's one of those
I've
things
ne-
they couldn't come up with a name, so they were
I've
like,
never
"This is
been to Atlantic Canada
Newfoundland."
before. I've never been to on the Atlantic coast yet. So
Newfoundland seems to be an interesting area. So I could live there if I had the possibility and the opportunity.
it snows there. I'm talking about like
He's used
I'm
to
talking about
snow. What are you
meters.
talking about?
no. In Newfoundland, if I remember right, it's like some of the drifts are like taller than you. I remember that. A couple of, like they're they'll like in a 1-story apartment, it reached right to the roof.
Oh,
Yeah, because
yeah, no.
because they're on the coast, right? So they get drifts that come in and winds and stuff like that.
I can handle like 3 or 4 foot of snow, but nothing like that.
That's not often. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it's often, but I know it does. It can happen.
Okay, homesteaders,
Take care, Homestead, brother.
take care, stay safe,
Take care.
be prepared,
God bless.
and long live the Queen.
Yes, and long live the King of Sweden.
Yeah,
I should actually start using that. Now what Jack said, what Shadow said. Take care and stay prepared. I should actually start going that.
stay safe,
I don't know.
Take
It
care.
sort of
be
rhymes.
prepared.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't take it. Okay, I'll be
Hey,
back.
on the
I'll be back.
topic
You
of-
guys talk. You guys
Yeah,
talk. You guys can talk about food all you want while I'm gone.
I'm just going to say
And,
one thing as far as snow goes. I've seen enough of it, shoveled enough of it for a lifetime. I'm glad I'm back home in Australia where there is only snow up on the mountains. So if you want to go snow, it's a personal choice. It's not something that you have to put up with.
I've seen kangaroos in the
Right.
snow. My friend showed me this picture. She took this picture and sent it to me. She's like, "See, look
Of a
at these."
kangaroo.
Yeah, she showed me kangaroos in the snow.
Poor kangaroo.
Oh yeah. Poor king. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well said.
You know, my friend had to take that picture. By the way, poor kangaroos.
That was
They
her
have to
choice.
go
Oh,
house to house and dig people out after the big storms. Oh, that sounds like a tough job.
yeah. See, I wasn't
Ooh.
really exaggerating too much. Like the snowdrifts are that high
Well,
at times, right? Because they got
Yeah.
off the Atlantic and stuff like that, and you get those what's that called, squalls and stuff like that.
Yeah. See, I know.
Those Atlantic
See,
storms coming in and stuff like that.
I find snow beautiful and amazing, but it's
Yeah.
just as dangerous as flooding. It you know, not only is it going to freeze you to death, but I mean,
Well,
you can melt it down for water,
well, you can
but
suffocate out from that too. Snow
yeah,
will be like that too, right? I'm not just talking
yeah,
about like something like an avalanche. I'm talking about like, you're in your vehicle or whatever, and your tailpipe's clogged because of snow. Hence, you're
yep,
supposed to clear that out if make sure you clear that out if you're parking in the snow for a while.
hmm
That
yeah.
way,
I mean, it's
they can
beautiful, but
escape. Yeah,
just as dangerous as anything else.
yeah. Snow people, snow angels, and making igloos and quinzies are nice and all, but
Yeah.
shoveling it and slipping on ice and isn't so great.
No, no, it's
yeah,
not.
I don't mind giving that up.
I've
I don't
given
mind
that up.
giving that.
I've gone home.
I don't blame
Okay,
you
that's
there,
my cue.
brother.
I'll be back.
All right.
Igloos gives you pretty good isolation. So
Well, the thing with igloos is it's a it's a skill set, and you have to have the right specific snow for it. You know what I mean?
yeah, you
It,
need very compact
yeah,
snow.
and that's one skill that I don't even want to learn because I don't want to be in that situation.
I don't even need to comment on that. You all know my thoughts about that one. I agree with him. End of story.
Right. I don't blame you, brother. Yeah, I don't want to be in that situation at all.
Being outside in the
It's
snow
like,
way too much.
yeah, it's like the people that want to climb Everest. Why? Like, just why?
Well, I can understand the first guy who did it. I understand someone
Yeah,
trying to beat him or them at the time it took to get to the top. But
right.
in this day and age where you can literally use the tech that we have available and zoom down with a satellite and see the bloody molecular nature of the snow on top of Mount Everest, you don't really need to climb it anymore.
Correct. Yeah, especially something like that, like where you need oxygen tanks, you need, like what is it, chemical heating blankets just to get warm. Like when you need stuff to survive an actual apocalypse, I don't want to go to that place.
Maybe we should make a world parliament house up there and just cut off the heating.
Yeah. Yeah, and you Jacks have the remote control of we decide now they can have some heat.
Right.
Show them, let them see what it's like messing with them as they mess with us. You know, here you go. How do you like it now?
Ain't that the truth, brother? Ain't that the truth? Oh, man. Yeah, them and their, $1 million homes and limos and whatever else.
Well, that whatever it was, 16 gazillion US dollar bill just passed yesterday, today, whatever time zone. Yeah, Friday, Saturday, whenever. Yeah. I mean, really? I'm like, really?
Right.
When you look into it, it's like, you just got to ask yourself, is this a joke or is this for real? Are these people really managing 300 plus million people and all the resources on that land? I mean, how? Who put them in charge? Who voted for them?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't understand. We came so far from being ruled by kings, queens, to supposedly, emperors and pharaohs, to being still ruled by a higher power than us. How? Why did we create this all over again and think that this idea was just as good?
I actually commented on somebody's comments earlier today. The lady was mentioning, my comment was about the camps, how the camps already exist. They're just like in Darwin, Australia, which I saw firsthand, went through it.
Right.
It's all great. The service is wonderful. I mean, people are always smiling. Everything's fantastic when it comes to better than a hotel, put it that way. But it's an existing miners' camp, a workers' camp, which was just repurposed to an isolation camp / quarantine camp. So I don't want anybody in the States to think that, or anywhere in North America for that matter, to think that, or anywhere in Europe, Western Europe, to think that, oh no, that will never happen in our country, in our continent or wherever, because guess what? All it takes is just to put a fence around it and a few police officers and a few military guards, and there you have it. I saw it firsthand.
Yes,
repurposing existing camps. And she meant the lady that, I presume it's a lady. Yeah. She's not fibbing about her sex. Yeah, well, you never know online nowadays. But the person that replied, said, well, look at history. We had Japanese people in camps and blah, blah, blah. And my response to that was, well, every generation seems to think it's better than the previous generation, which includes us as well, right? All of us. We're not immune to being human. And we comfort ourselves, or we lie to ourselves with that by saying history repeats itself, when the truth of the matter is that people repeat themselves. Not history, but people. So, yeah. But we comfort ourselves with that saying history repeats itself, thinking, oh, we're better than them. We've learned something more. We're of a higher intelligence than the previous generation,
Oh, yeah, we're more humane.
Mm-hmm.
Hey there, Grillin.
Yeah.
Chillin'.
I mean, look at. Here's the thing. I don't want to get into. I don't like getting into politics or anything. But when Trump was president, and we had the whole fiasco with the Mexican immigrants coming over, and we were putting them in housing areas, and there was like 100 people in one room. We all do it. Every country does stuff like that. The thing is we have people that never really had to live poor, never had to worry about, am I going to have enough money to pay my car payment or keep my lights on? Am I going to have enough money after that to buy food or pay gas to get to work? When you
Have
have
the water
people
keep
like
running.
that,
Have the
yeah,
water keep
when you
running
have people,
too, right?
yeah, and keep the water running, keep,
I mean,
basic survival,
yeah, I mean,
afloat
yeah,
and not become homeless. When we start putting people like that into office where they actually know these situations and actually can attest to that kind of situation and know that feeling of being scared, being, homeless, living in a car, something like that. That's what's going to
experience,
make these countries better. Correct.
experience. Yes, right.
But if you put somebody that was born with a silver spoon in their mouth and having them
And
rule over
having a lot of
mass amounts of people, yeah, they don't know. They don't know that term. They don't know those problems.
let alone the people that go through it,
Yeah.
because that's the stuff about the water is like almost every country. I say almost. Here in Canada, I know they're in the U.S. too because I've seen things in, where was it, Chicago or whatever. People got cut off from water, right?
Yeah.
Here in
Yeah.
Canada, in the north right now, there's like issues with the water supply up north right now too, because fuel has contaminated the water supply. I don't know how the conditions are now. Maybe it's improved and stuff like that, but they gotta ship water and stuff like that. The people I was talking about in the U.S. that got cut off from water, they're like, boring water. They have to, almost like in a third world country, gotta huff a big gallon of water back home just so they can cook and flush and whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's like here in Texas, okay? Last year when we had the Texas freeze, and there was over 320 counties without water, okay, because all their pipes busted and everything. The counties literally cut off the water to all these people from the main, and still charged everybody for that water that they were not using. And it was like $300 or $400 each person, and they still charged them money on top of that for water that they could not use. And there was people that was out of water for 3 or 4 months and still having to pay their water bill on top of trying to fix.
That's why everything. I never take water for granted. Even here in Canada, we have per se abundant fresh water supply per se, right? Rivers, lakes, and all that stuff. But look what's happening up north.
Yeah, but
they don't have per se clean water to use.
Yeah, but they didn't care. The government and everything did not care that these people did not have water to bathe, to not have water to drink, to not have water to cook with. But they were still gun-ho on to charge these people X amount of money every month. And there was a PVC surplus problem, which means we could not get PVC for anything because the home repair companies and stuff did not have enough stockpile of PVC to take care of everybody's houses, because it wasn't just one or two pipes, it was multiple pipes that busted in people's homes.
And some people didn't even.
And
I'm glad I was highlighting that. Yeah, and people who didn't even know where the water cutoff is, so they could actually.
yeah, but it was just
water damage.
It was just
on the result.
Yeah, and the government just did not care. They were still charging these people for the water that they were not using, and
oh yeah, that story that I mentioned in the U.S. I think it was Chicago or something like that. They were getting charged for the water still too.
Yeah,
apparently too. So,
and something like that is literally a like a state emergency.
Yeah.
That should be forgiven from
it should be
humans.
a forgivable thing, right?
Yeah, because
it's just
some people live paycheck to
money.
paycheck.
Yeah, it's like borrowing money. Let's say you borrowed $1,000. You only have to get back 30%, at least 30% of it, right? That rest will be forgiven, right?
Right. Yeah, it's like they should have been like, because a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck, and there's a lot of people that do not make even $400 a week. How do they expect to pay a $300 or $400 water bill every month?
Yeah.
That's expensive.
Yep, and I've learned another thing. I've heard the term conditioning, right? And not applying it to the usual terms, mainstream media type topic, but applying it to economics in Australia.
Right.
And I look back upon myself in my younger days, weekly paycheck. You mentioned it, a weekly paycheck. So you live from week to week, and you spend the spending type of thing and so on. Having gone to Europe and lived there for a long time, where it's a monthly paycheck, a monthly economic system, right? You learn to, you literally have to learn how to budget for the month. And when I got back here, when I got back here with my missus and kids got here first, but series of events, I'm here now, a few years later. Finally, her and I talked about this many a time overseas, and while we were apart, while I was overseas and she was here, how the monthly budgeting and planning of the finances you have in the home actually can work excellently in this weekly system, because you've learned how to spread your money out, how to not just spend it on knickknacks and whatever else. While the people living here, people living here just have been, I'll use the term, conditioned to live from week to week.
More accustomed to it.
Well, accustomed or conditioned, whichever way you wish to put it. They've gotten used to it, and now it's become something that if they don't have it, they'll be lost. So let's say a family in Europe, a home can survive a month without, so to say, because they've learned how to plan ahead. While in Australia, if heaven forbid, there were to be 4 weeks of no regular paychecks, which we saw happen very recently, guess what happens? Panic.
Yep.
Well, I just want to add a few things in. I know in Success Story you mentioned about the reusing the gray water. Well, I guess that explains a lot. Yeah, right. And there's another. I mean, these things you may hear about day zero, in terms of water and stuff like that, right? These people have to adapt too, right? They gotta adapt something. something, you know, and obviously pray for rain, you know,
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. I mean, I reuse gray water here. I'm just more accustomed to it, right? Even though here in Canada, I got abundant amount of supply of water. Well,
Yeah.
Look up
Make it
Earth
change.
ships. Please look
Yeah.
up
Oh yeah,
Earth.
Earthship House.
Yes. Look.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't need to tell you, but look. Anybody that's listening, anybody that's watching, anybody that watches this recording later on, look up Earth ships.
I'm
And
looking at it right now.
the six principles of Earth ships, right? And here's a funny thing. Let's say in Australia, you cannot legally use grey water within the home. You just cannot
Right.
legally use it in the home. So if the greenhouse is attached to the home, right, you cannot use it. But if you put the greenhouse separate to the house, you can use it.
You can use it.
Technically, it's a little loophole there, so to say. But it's not a loophole in per se as breaking the law. You're actually in compliance with the law. It's just you can't reuse that grey water a second time, let's say for the toilet, within the home. You can reuse it for something else after the actual process of it going through the greenhouse and being used for growing plants and all that. So compliance with the laws, and of course this is a hygiene and health type of law, which personally I can understand where the logic comes from. I can't argue against it, because I'm sure that there are reasons why grey water, if it's not filtered properly, not utilised properly, could be dangerous within the home, especially with, especially with our bodies not being naturally immune to anything because we depend on drugs all the time. Yeah. So yeah, you just gotta, if you do look into that use of grey water, look into your local laws as to what you can or cannot do, and there is always a way to, I won't say get around it, but to improvise and be in compliance with the laws and utilise that grey water the second time.
Oh look, I distilled that gray water. Okay. Well, don't everyone stop talking now.
Pony Girl says the young people like my nephew they today on purpose. I said put some money aside in case and some food. No, he'd rather buy the new game instead than comes by asking for help. Sorry, I can't.
Well, one thing I say about that is like square away the things that are important, and when you have extra, maybe splurge, right? But you got to make sure those other things are squared away, or else, you know, for example, right? I mean, there's no point in not scoring away to pay off the bill for the electricity because you won't be able to play a game without it, right? For example, right? For example, right? You know, or there's no point. There's no point in going to the bar, for example, if you can't even come home because you haven't paid the rent, and now your door's locked.
Yeah.
Right, that kind of stuff. That's how I would say it. All right, because most people I know that tend to live in like an apartment or whatever, per se renter, right? You know, they make sure they square away their rent first, and any extra, then they this is the money I can spend, use on their stuff.
Yeah.
We lost second star again. He probably dropped out. Lost connection again.
Yeah, he probably did that.
Yeah.
He has terrible signal there
Yeah.
at work. So.
And he's not even in Australia. Imagine that.
Oh.
We're well known. We're well known for our bad internet. I learned the hard way. As soon as the kids hop on the PlayStation, it's like,
What? Sorry, you're breaking up. You're sounding like a robot.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay, hold on. We just see the message. Okay, I gotta check on something. I'll be right back. Oh, he's checking. Must be the kids playing again. Yeah. I see Groan's got some water filters. Okay.
Yeah.
That's next on my
Those
list.
can't help. Those can't help. Just
That is
depends on the
next on.
situation, right?
Literally,
I mean-
water filters is next on my list, mate.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about the home water filter inside the kitchen. I'm talking about the house for the entire home water
Oh,
filter.
okay. So you're going beyond even like something like Berkeley, for example.
I've got the Berkeley. I've improvised
okay.
and got my Berkeley. Not the Berkey $5 million thingamabob. I've taken
500.
two of those. Whatever. I've taken two of those cooking pots that you see in hotels for the hot water, where you just
Yeah.
press the button. Yeah, and I've taken two of those, and I've got the water filters, and now I just got to drill through and connect them up, and Bob's your uncle, you know. So for under $100, I got myself a huge Berkey filter, but stainless steel, food grade. You know, and made in the USA, by the way, not made in China or anywhere else. So it's, allegedly it should be better.
Yeah, that is reliable quality. So
I've always got that little question mark above everything that's made in Australia or made in the USA nowadays. Like, where did the steel come from? You know.
where Sweden exports a lot of steel, so
Yeah. Australia used to produce steel. Now we just export the iron ore and send it to China, and then we import steel from them. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
but you export probably a lot of opals and other gemstones.
Oh, Australia exports just about everything. I think we have the second largest supply of uranium in the world, if I'm not mistaken. So, and when we only have, I think it's one nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
I'm not for nuclear power. I'm not a supporter of nuclear power. But on the same note, it's like, okay, you have this natural resource and you're not utilizing it. It's like,
Well, that's what I say, Jack. That's what I say about a lot of things, right? It's just like people ask me, well, I don't have this, I don't have this. I'd be like, well, you got this, but it's not the work. It's not. No, you can make it work. I mean, sometimes it's just like people say something like, well, I don't have this, I don't have money for this. Well, then go make one. Right?
Yeah,
Just like you, right? Just go like you. Go make one there, right? Even the
I'm not going to
temporary
pay.
one.
Yeah. I'm
Even
not going
the
to pay
temporary
$500
one.
for a water filter or whatever it costs. 500 US, which is about 700 or 50
Yeah, you
Australian.
don't have
I'm
that
like,
kind of
heck
income
no.
to just drop like that, right?
But even if I did, I'd still not want to give it to somebody else. I'd rather use it, effectively.
learn how to make it. It's like that. What's that fishing analogy or whatever? I always forget.
Teach the man how to fish.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I always remember that.
Yeah, Shadow. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Then you actually know. You can
I mean, I've heard-
reproduce it. Well, redo it or recreate it again, right? But
I've
if
heard
you haven't done it
Shadow.
once,
Yeah, I've heard Shadow mention many times about how Sweden only has X amount of food of its own and imports roughly 80%, if I remember rightfully.
Yeah, basically, we produce our own food, about 30-40% of our own food, and the rest is imported food.
Well, okay, we'll just split it 50-50. 50% is homegrown, 50% is imported. And yet, Sweden, as such, with its natural resources, I can bet my bottom dollar that Sweden can definitely produce over 100% of its own needs without any problems.
Yeah.
Barter and trade, the stuff that you
Yeah.
don't have, obviously. But again, have enough to be able to have everything you need, plus barter and trade the rest, all the wishes, all the wants.
yeah, where it becomes a surplus or abundance.
Exactly.
So it is. I think it's a bit sad that we only produce in 30-40% of our own food here and import the rest. we are not self-sufficient on producing food here. We were once, but not anymore, and that is something I feel a bit sad. And most of the farmers here has quit because they had to shut down because they can't afford to grow or produce the food because they don't get the money for what they produce. So that is also sad. And we have a lot of good land to produce these food. So and now it's nobody use that land anymore to produce anything, and that is also sad.
I mean, let's have a look at China with their I'll say greening of the deserts, just to give it a generic name, which was the name of projects used in the Middle East and Africa, where ironically
I heard about that greenification.
Yeah, but it was ironic that Australian experts, Australian people with the know-how, were called into the Middle East and to Africa to help green their deserts, right? China's doing it on their own, being a closed economy, closed system, closed whatever you want to call it, a regime, basically. But hats off to them in trying to fix the mistakes of their forefathers who destroyed the land.
Well, yeah, they're getting into that, I guess, permaculture, right? I guess, right?
Well, look, they're greening the desert. They're making.
Right. Well, that's what I mean.
They're giving. They're giving life to soil that has been killed off by.
I've seen lots of videos on that, and in these desert areas, and they've greenified this area again, right?
Oh,
obviously, it's not just 1-2 years. It takes time, right? It takes a little bit of time to rebuild that back, but once it's there, it's like, oh, look at that. This area that used to be desert is now producing again, right?
Heck yeah. In the Middle East, where they never saw fungus, where they never saw mushrooms, they literally had mushrooms growing. They had frogs. They had frogs in it's like, so, I'll say Mother Nature. Nature itself, Mother Nature, has all the answers. You just need to apply what she's telling you to do. It's like you're managing the land. You people are managing the land. Well, now, here's how you do it. I've shown you how to do it. Don't do it any other way, and you'll screw it up. And basically now, I think that a lot of these peoples around the world who have seen their land turn into desolates, useless, I won't say sand, but something that has no life in it.
Take care, Patrick. Stay safe.
Take care, Patrick. I was going to say, isn't like half the land, about 1/5 the land area is desert on the planet.
It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
Pony Girl had a question here for me, obviously. I watched a program 2 years ago that Sweden had these glorious greenhouses with hydro growers. Do they still have those green domes anymore? I know I believe it's not far from me. Another city called Härnösand. They have I know they have a huge hydroponic facility. They started up mostly to grow and produce more veggies for the country. So, but I don't know if they are green domes. But
I didn't realize Second Star was back. And apparently, Jack will be back too. That's funny. You come back, he's gone. I'm just like eating something. I just look. I'm like, what? What happened?
But I
I
guess
see.
that is that pony girl means here is I think that is a hydroponic system. So
Yeah, yeah. There, it was one of the Sweden's eco boost movements. Those green domes uh, that they did like 5 or 6 years ago. I forgot where it was in Sweden, but they made them like octagon domes.
Hmm.
And I I don't remember. I think it was like 4 of them.
okay, CR.
Yes, I'm still here. Sorry.
He muted himself.
No, because I was moving something.
Ah,
Unless you guys want to hear everything I'm doing.
Yeah, we'll hear everything. Do it on Morse code.
yeah.
Just kidding. That probably didn't make sense. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I know Pony Girl was saying something, and I was saying something about the permaculture because I've seen a lot of these permaculture type videos, and these
yeah,
greenification of these areas, right? But it takes
yeah.
time. It takes time to do that because they got to set up water catchment, ways to
hmm
circulate the water, hold the water in the ground longer, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Um,
And start off with something basic, and then they can eventually get something a little bit more complicated, like let's see, a fruit tree, right? But they first have to,
right.
get the nutrients back into the ground so more complicated things can grow, right? So they got to start off with
Yes.
something very basic like a bush or something like that. Then next year they can add a tree in, because now there's enough nutrients in the ground for the tree to actually grow, right? So it
Right.
takes serious steps, and some of these are like 5-10 years in the making, right?
Yeah.
You know,
A
and
lot.
that's
Like.
first couple of years is a lot of hard work, right? They're building trenches to hold back rainwater, right, and stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes,
Well,
I do
like
watch
here
a
in
lot of those things.
yeah, here in the Midwest, they're
Yeah.
making multicultural, um, like hydroponic plants, where not only like hydroponic fields, it's hydroponic plants being grown, but also tilapia farms and catfish farms and stuff like that, where
Mhm.
and they don't really have to feed the tilapia or feed the catfish or anything because the root systems and the algae,
Yeah,
everything
it's
that the
circular, right? It's
hydroponic
that
plants,
the circle life per se,
yeah, the
right? That circular
ecosystem,
thing. Yeah, the ecosystem, right?
yeah, like,
You know,
but all that stuff has to have time to grow. All that stuff has
well, yeah,
to,
you need more than one season, right? You need to give it a
yeah,
season or two at least to get started, right? Because, well, if you
right,
think about desertification, right? I mean, all there is left is
hmm
sand. It's gonna take a little bit to come back from that to having fruit trees growing
yeah,
oranges, right? It's not just
yeah,
gonna happen in 1 or 2 seasons, right? You gotta put stuff back in the ground so it can break
yeah,
down, so you can get nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, calcium, all the other
hmm
macro and micronutrients back in the ground, so more complicated things can grow, right? It's
yeah,
just
and that's the
even
thing that a
history,
lot of people don't
even
understand.
even histories like that. Even when like long, I mean, when I say long, I mean like billions of years ago, right? When plants first came onto land, it was very short, little like algae, right?
hmm
And then it started the bushes, right? Then eventually we got the
Yeah,
trees, right? So,
right.
just look how long Mother Nature took, right? We're just trying to help along again and go back to that.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the. Let's just use Florida as an example, as a state to produce oranges. Okay,
Oh yeah,
every
Florida is
single
well known
one of
for
those.
Florida oranges, right?
Yeah,
Made from 100%
right.
Florida oranges, freshly
Yeah.
squeezed.
Well, those. I mean, those orange trees didn't grow to maturity overnight. Each one of those, those farms and everything had to take 10 years before it reached maturity to even start its first bloom. Then you got to look how much resources and everything went into these farms before they even made their first profit. And that's the exact same thing that I tell preppers all the time. Don't wait until SHTF happens, then start planning and start growing stuff. Do it now.
So you
Say
make progress
you
in
want
it, so it'll be easier later on, per se, right? Because you always establish something, right? Just making progress,
because
right?
those fruit trees that you plant,
they're not producing the first year or two. It's gonna be a little bit longer than that, right? It's like an apple tree, right? You gotta wait at least 4 years, 5, right, before you even see fruit, right?
Yeah, and if you're going to make an orchard, buy the seedlings and buy them now and plant them so that they do grow and they become healthy right now when nothing is going to endanger them.
Well, it's not only that. It's while you still have the resources to put into it, right? I'm talking about natural fertilizers, for example, water, all this other stuff, right? And you can tend to it, right? Still, where it's not in an emergency where no one can tend to it. Well, it's gonna fend for itself. It's gonna rain for it to get water and all this stuff.
Yeah, because I hate to tell you, but you can't pick up and move a fully grown tree. I'm sorry.
It's hard on it's hard on the tree.
Yeah, and if it's also
possible. I know it's possible, but the thing is, especially equipment and stuff like that. There's equipment that will dig all the way under the trees and lift the tree with the roots out.
Yeah,
that's an expensive piece of equipment. It's not like you or me got it, right? There's no way we'd be able to do that, right?
Right.
Most likely we.
I mean, that's an actual crew that has to do that.
Yeah, that's specialty equipment that does that. That costs like $500,000 start used.
Yeah. And that's the same thing with these, like these aquaponic places and stuff. They think, oh, we can just move it. Like people's like, oh, why can't an aquaponics farm just be, thrown up overnight and still keep producing? Well, it's because everything has to take time, just like any other life out there.
Yeah, and preparing allows you to have a little bit more time. You're doing it while you have time versus scrambling at the last second. It might as well be like the reasons why you probably want to avoid panic buying.
Yes.
For example, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing a lot of people do is they think they're safe until they're not. Then they run out and will kill people to get what they need.
They wait too long.
Yes.
Right. They wait too long. The opportunity is now, right?
Correct.
And they rely on that governments come and help them.
Right.
But the government don't.
Oh yeah.
Well,
no, the government.
it's
Government don't
there's
care
only
about us.
well, okay. Let me just play David, devil's advocate here again. Let's just say there's $6 billion to allocate for it, right? Well, if everyone needs it, then six billion divided by even like 6 million people, that's not a lot. That's not a lot.
Right.
If you think about it like that, right? That's not a lot.
Oh yeah.
Considering, right, you could per se pay people to do this, transportation costs. You might have to import something in, especially bring something in overnight and ship it over planes and stuff like that, right? So 6 billion for 6 million people is not that much.
Right.
In terms of
here's the thing.
Cash and resources to use.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Okay,
much.
the government, the majority of government funding and everything is to protect the government. Like all military personnel and stuff, they have enough rations and enough MREs and stuff to support whatever platoon is at that specific location. They don't give them extra MREs or extra any other kind of rations like clothing, shelter, whatever for individuals. Like in a SHTF situation or something like that. The military will only have enough rations for the military personnel only. And people thinking at the end of the time that they're going to run to a military outpost or whatever, and they're the military. They have unlimited resources. No, they don't. They only have enough resources for their personnel
to sustain that for a little bit of time. It's not indefinite, right? That's
correct.
Right? Because we got to remember, here on the planet, we only have a finite amount of resources. Some of it gets recovered, trees regrow, plants regrow, whatever, but it takes time. And assuming someone's going to come in and and save you like a hero or whatever, right? Like, damsel in distress. You're
not even the local police force has not even the local police force has it has survival gear to protect them.
And the thing is, it takes time, right? You're not gonna see that in the first day. It might be several days after, right? Still, right? Where you're this is why they still say in most places, be ready to defend. Have supplies ready to go, be able to fend for yourself for at least 72 hours, as they say, right? That's why they say that.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, there is those contingency plans, but those contingency plans have to be put in place. Papers have to be officially signed. This has got to be official. It takes time to move it from wherever it is, right? Because it's like, let's say something's happening in Florida, right? The resources may not be in Florida at that time. They might move them in closer, but it's still going to take some time to come in. And that's assuming everything's great. During a hurricane, flooding, it's going to take more time, right? Snow, it's going to take more time. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Roads have to be cleared off, right? And that's assuming that you're on the high priority list, right? Right? Can't assume that.
Yeah, like even your local, like your local police, your local firefighters, stuff like that. They don't have. They may have medicine and everything because they have an ambulance or an emergency vehicle there, but getting anything like food or clothing or blankets or anything like that, no. All that stuff was taken away from the first responders and given to organizations like FEMA and stuff. And FEMA is the one that will distribute food, water, all that. But in a STF situation, FEMA is not going to be sent out to every state or anything like that. They're going to be taken over by the military and used for the military. They don't care about us.
Yeah, they have their own priorities.
Yeah.
Right?
They would rather keep
That's why
safety
our
and
priority
numbers.
as people, we should be ready. That should be our priority.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And don't be a burden on the system. As much as possible, right? As much as possible, right? I mean, like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna say no if you like you lost your home and all that stuff. I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's that's one thing.
Right.
But but if you decided to stay behind the shelter in place and without anything, well, I don't know. And
see, here's the thing: a lot of like
what you didn't get that
you
didn't get that glass of water while you still had water. What? You didn't fill your sink and your tub and your all these containers with water beforehand.
Right.
Before the power went out, right.
Yeah, like empty out all your water before before the man shuts it off at the the source.
Exactly.
They're not going to do that. The only thing that will be shut off is nuclear power plants in an SHTF situation. Anything
because that's probably fairly high on the priority list, right? In terms of keeping it safe, because if it goes down, then it affects hundreds of thousands, millions of people, right? It'll be 10 times worse because then people cannot no longer shelter in place around that area. They need to leave, right? Because of radiation and stuff like that, right? It becomes more expensive now. Instead of having like 1 million people shelter in place, now 1 million people are bugging out, right? They're leaving, they're evacuating out. That creates chaos on the road, all that stuff, jams, right? And people are going to use fuel, right? Because now the fuel that they were storing behind, just in case they had to leave, now they have to use it, right? Right, because isn't it like that with hurricanes, right? It's like usually, let's say it's hitting, let's say Miami, right? For example, right? I know it's not, right? For example, and what happens, if I remember right, is that around the immediate area, fuel becomes gone real fast, right? Then you gotta go more to get to the next gas station, right? I gotta travel another 8 hours trying to find more gas, right, to use. Because all the close spots become emptied out because they're relatively close, right? People can get to them.
Well, what I've heard was like in places with like hurricane warnings and stuff like that, they leave the pumps on until the last like 12 hours before the storm hits. Then they cut the pumps off. Because if they leave the pumps running and everything,
well, you don't want
and that hurricane comes through,
yeah, right. I mean, like we don't need a fire NATO happening. Right. And it's protect the business. Well, because obviously, if something blows up, but that's probably not a good thing here.
Correct. So, and
priorities, right? Priorities, right? It's the same priority in terms of nuclear, right?
Right.
We have to do it this
way. It's the same thing with like wildfires too.
Yeah, but, because like if they're like wildfires or something like that. Oh, there's a big place that has a lot of propane tanks. Well, that's a priority because if that goes, then it's just going to be 10 times as worse, right? So they have to do it this way. Right. It's because or else more people would be infected. affected.
Yeah.
Did I say
Infected.
infected? Did I
Yeah,
say
you
Yes.
said
infected?
infected.
I meant affect. Never mind. I'm I must not. I
He's
need.
thinking
more.
zombie of survival now.
No. I need to eat more food. It's affecting my judgment.
Right. But yeah, like the major things that will go off that the government would, I mean, that your local county and everything would worry more about, like actually doing more damage than the actual situation that's going to happen is they're going to cut off power, because if they cut off power, that means if any electrical wires or whatever gets ripped off the poles, they're not going to create electricity
And
or
that can
anything
happen
like that. Start fires.
That can happen from wind, flooding, and from ice.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And not just per se a lightning strike or a tornado or right from the winds themselves, right?
Yeah.
Because frankly, that can happen for a lot of reasons. So.
Yeah. And then next, they're going to cut off. They're going to have all the gas stations cut off their pumps, because if something happens to those pumps, it's going to create another fire. So they don't want that to happen.
Not only that, because then they're going to allocate supplies and manpower, people power, I should say, to that now.
Yeah.
It's just like for the same reason, like a house fire or apartment, they try to isolate it to one place at all possible, right? It's because if it starts spreading, then they got to start worrying about that. Now they got to worry about the next home, and stuff like that. It's like an apartment building fire, right? They try to isolate that because if it starts spreading, then it just becomes exponentially worse.
Okay, Jovelyn.
Right.
Sleep.
And but the last thing on people's lists would be to cut off water, because they're going to leave the water on, and they're just going to evacuate those people.
I think that's one of those things. If nothing was going on, the power went out. Okay, that'd be one thing, right? But if the power went out and there was a major storm or something snowing, for example, I'd be like, maybe I should fill up the bathtub, just in case. And let's just say nothing happens, right? You didn't need it, power comes back, water's still going. Well, just use the water then. Just use the water up as you need it, right? Or treat it like a practice into it, right? Because sometimes you don't want to be so complacent. It's like, oh, nothing will happen, and next thing you know, you get a call from your
Pony Girl. I wouldn't worry about that poisoning the water, like wildlife, compared to hundreds of oil rigs that go down or get stolen every year in the oceans. Like,
don't even
I'd be less
right. Don't even get me started on. I could go for another hour talking about that alone. I know I can. I know I can because I've been reading up on it too. Reading up and watching videos on it too. So, well, yeah, here in Canada, off the coast of the Pacific, there's like a broken refrigerator coming to shore because it's been knocked off the boat, and then the shipping container's been open, right? That's like the same thing about with animals, right? Because it's already been produced. We put energy, water, all this stuff into it. Now it's useless again because something happened, right? And unfortunately now, that's the downside about stuff like this. It's because you put so much into it, and it's still vulnerable until someone receives it at the end, right? If it becomes intercepted somewhere, or the supply chain, right? If it breaks right there, anyone after is not going to receive it, right? They're not that good per
Right.
se. Beef, the chicken, that fridge, that TV, or whatever, right?
Hmm. Well, here's the thing. I mean, even even Auslander can, attest to this. I mean, look how many islands are around,
Yeah,
Thailand, Australia,
you can chime
that are
in.
littered with plastic bottles, oil
Auslander?
tanks.
Yeah, come on,
In
Auslander. You can chime in here. I
Yeah,
share. I like sharing.
I won't interrupt.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
come
can.
please
on.
I
do.
know how to listen.
Okay. Well, no, he's typing in the side chat, so it's all good. It's all good.
but I'm just saying, there's so much ocean trash that's dropped off of shipping vessels and everything that is caked onto these remote islands in the middle
Good
of
for people that
nowhere.
are stranded on the islands, per se.
Yeah,
Not so
but
good for
I'm
everyone
just
else.
saying.
Not so great for
But
everyone else.
I'm talking about the long term. Like if people are complaining about 3 shipping containers that are poisoning the
Oh,
waters and everything,
well, okay,
I
okay.
mean,
Then people are forgetting about these tsunamis then again.
yeah,
Coastal flooding. What do you think these tsunamis do? They come inland and draw everything back out again. What do you think? Where do you think a lot of this stuff goes? I would just assuming like half the pollution
mm,
that's in the water is probably some of it is from tsunamis that come inland and recede back out, right? Because they pull things back out,
mhm.
right? Whatever,
Oh,
and
oh,
break it
Pony
too,
Girl.
right? Yeah.
I mean, look at the shipping. Look at the shipping
I'm not,
container
I'm not saying what
vessels.
she says is like good at all, but no, but
Yeah,
there is these other things too to keep in mind. There are natural
yeah,
forces like tsunamis. Then there's other things where it's basically an oil spill, right? Something that could have been prevented, right? A
yeah,
tsunami, and yeah, you're probably not gonna be able to prevent something from it drawing, going inland and pulling a bus out to sea.
yeah,
But having a sensor on your oil platform that says no pressure.
yeah.
Oh, okay, right. That's preventable.
Well, like like what Pony Girl said. She said they're talking about the containers carrying,
Yeah,
chemicals that could poison the coral life and everything. Well, you gotta think of everything else that's in the water that man has made and been
yeah.
sailing on for the last 200 years. Well, let's say 100 years. Just in the last 100 years,
Hmm.
half of those shipping container vessels, they don't ever clean any of that diesel, petrol, or gasoline off any of those huge engines. They Anything man touches is poisoning all wildlife, is poisoning
Well,
even
it's not.
ourselves.
It's how do I say? Not non-biological. It's not biodegradable, so to speak, right? It doesn't naturally
Yeah,
break down, right? I could throw a stick out. We could throw all this wood out there. It'd be fine. It would eventually break down, right? Into and return
mhm.
back into its original elements and return back into the earth, the plants, right? But
But you got to think if that wood has
we
paint
made.
on it.
Well, yeah, okay, but okay, yeah. Okay. Technically, I'm talking about like
Yeah,
compared to like something that's more synthetic that doesn't break down, like plastic.
right.
That is a
Yeah,
bad thing. Paint,
yeah,
that would be a bad thing, right? Oil, that would be a bad thing, right? Stuff like
yeah.
that,
I
right?
mean, we
Those kind
just
of things would be,
realize.
they'll do quite a bit of destruction on
Yeah,
that kind of landscape. You know,
I
where
mean,
you're
we
seeing
as
like,
humans just realized that plastic creates BPA, which is bad for humans, you know?
I mean,
And that's
this
why
is,
they create BPA free plastic. But look
you
at
know,
all the plastic bottles that are floating around in the
well, it's
ocean
not
right
only floating
now.
down, the tide's breaking,
Yeah.
right? All right, and
Yeah.
then what I said, think about the tsunamis that come inland in different places and come rush back out. These places have plastic somewhere along the coast somewhere.
Yeah.
Right, and it gets washed out, and it breaks. Right,
Yep.
the containers break or whatever. Right, and then it becomes smaller and smaller. Right. Never mind about the oil that's on the shore. That's a bad thing too. Don't get me wrong. That is a bad thing too.
Yeah.
Can I just jump in
go
with
ahead, brother.
on topic but off topic? Pony
Yeah.
Girl asked me a question a little earlier, about half an hour ago. The question is, Auslander, I'm curious, do you still have native bush Aboriginals, and what do they think about what's going on? And this is on the topic of what you guys are discussing, sort of. The Aboriginals in Australia, no matter how long they've been here, or since they arrived to Australia, or whatever the theories are of how they got here and so on, there's geological proof that Australia, a good chunk of Australia, was green, and we know that by the coal deposits and so on and so on. Their lifestyle and their culture was probably one of the last, if not the last, of the Stone Age cultures on this planet. They were hunter-gatherers by nature. Well, all of them, actually. All of them. I don't think, I could be wrong. Maybe there were some that were planting crops, but I don't know of them. Okay, so my ignorance, if there were. But the culture itself was hunter-gatherer, and it was not sustainable with growth, with population. And that was clearly the case because tribes of Aboriginal different nations or tribes, whichever term is politically correct nowadays, would actually go to war with each other over land, so over hunting land. So it's not a case of, so if there was a drought somewhere, they'd literally go to war with a second tribe or a third tribe, neighboring tribes, put it bluntly, over the land, and so on and so on. So no matter what culture we look at, they mismanaged the land that they were living on. And geology has proven that
overused the resources on the land, didn't recover anything apart from it, right?
Correct. And we're doing the exact same thing. So to ask about what Aboriginals,
that's why
I don't want to touch. Yeah, but hang on, I don't want to touch on the political topic of minorities or Aboriginal peoples and so on. I'm not touching on the political topic at all. I do not wish to go into that. Yeah, that's a Pandora's box. That's But on the same note, to ask what they believe is right or wrong in reference to the current day and age and needs of the people in Australia, in Australia, is like asking someone from the early, let's say, industrial age where steam power was the case, what they think about nuclear energy. It's not comparable. On that same note, though, I do believe that, considering that Australia has been rampaged as far as not taking care of the nature that we have and the resources that we have, making it green again, which is more than possible, always was, always will be. Should always be the case.
For the most part,
we can learn a lot from the historical knowledge that these people had from surviving off the land on what the land actually needs, so as to ensure that species don't go extinct. Exactly. We can learn from the experience, the know-how that existed, which has now been documented and luckily not lost due to, people repeating history and ignorance being you get my point. Are there Aboriginals out there who are living a somewhat almost traditional lifestyle of the Stone Age era? Technically yes, but no.
Aren't they
Yeah.
the Tasmanian, like in Tasmania?
No,
that do
Tasmania's been, unfortunately, the Aboriginals there are extinct. The Aboriginal peoples that
Really?
were in Tasmania are extinct, pretty much. There might be some remnants here and there, but not as a tribe. Not
Okay.
this is more North Australia towards Northern Territory, even Western Australia, Northern Territory, and Queensland, where the
Gotcha.
one third of Australia is actually ruled by Aboriginal peoples, tribes, and
that's
their
cool.
law alongside the Commonwealth law. So roughly 33% of the territory that you see of Australia, which is the same size as the USA, has two sets of laws: tribal law and land and Commonwealth law. Now,
Yes.
I don't wish to touch upon how that works because there's a lot of questions about that. But I'm not saying it's good or bad. I can see the pros and cons to it. But on the other side of things, that lifestyle that we're talking about cannot accommodate for the needs of today, like what you're talking about with the shipping and the chemicals and with all of that sort of stuff. So that's to answer Pony Girl's question in context with the discussion that's going on. We can learn a lot from the past, but we can't apply a Stone Age era lifestyle to a modern day, context where we do have chemicals being spread all over the air, ocean, land, and everywhere.
Everywhere, right? Pretty much everywhere, right? Every single place has pollution in it, right? The deepest part of the ocean, right, to the highest mountain ranges at times, right? Right? There's stuff on Everest, right? Probably spent O2 canisters and all this stuff, right? And there's plastic at the bottom of the trench in the oceans. It's right, so it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
It's just one of those things, like what we were talking about earlier before you came on, Auslander.
He's been here the whole time.
No. Like before. Oh, was he in the chat when we were talking about that? When we were talking about, the world overpopulating.
Oh, that's what you mean.
No, I was not online.
No, he wasn't in yet. Unless you were working.
Yeah.
If you're working, I have no idea.
See, earlier in the stream, I was talking about how, just like we're overpopulating and we're having more births than we are deaths, and we are overpopulating and overstretching the world and overstretching our resources. And you just retouched on what I was talking about, like the way the Aborigines did, and we as a society have grown accustomed to believing that all our food and resources and everything are always at a moment's notice, just down the street at the local grocery store.
Almost infinity, right? It can keep going. Keep going.
And it's like,
and this is why
I'm not.
I was gonna say second star. This is why we have this kind of disposable attitude at times. Not everyone, but not everyone is like that. But where we teach the younger people, it's just like instead of, I'd say, for example, let's say a soda can, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, instead of saying recycle, let's get the applause and all this stuff. Oh, trash. Yeah, that kind of thing, right? Because then it's time to show it with the younger people, right?
Yeah.
And then when someone else comes along, it's like, oh, I can reuse that, and people just look at you weird.
Well, it's not just that as being a wasteful society. It's, look how many. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Somehow, everyone always gets derailed. Somehow, there's always a squirrel moment somewhere.
Yeah,
all the time. It's just the way it is.
And the sad part is, we even on YouTube now, for example, we have to watch how we word things, how we say things, because of the fact that we may say something that hurts someone else's feelings, and yet we have no ill intention whatsoever in saying what we think when we say it. That's the part. That's why I was so. That's why I was stuttering so much.
I hold back my tongue all the time. I just certain little things I do talk about more though. I will talk about.
But you're not being malice about it. You're just saying what you think, using the words that you usually use, without any malice.
Yeah, and I'm really. I mean, I can talk about this on my own channel too. We just happen to be here with Shadow.
But that question that was put forward about
I thought ShadowScoutSwede froze for a second because I just saw the bottle just like not moving the bottle.
But you guys are right about mismanagement. We humans, we people have mismanaged our resources on a global scale in every backyard, because you can't expect someone in Siberia to manage the property and the resources in Chicago. But I'm sure that the people in Siberia, living in their little town or their little hut in the middle of a forest or wherever they may be, have mismanaged the resources they have available, just like the people in Chicago.
Look at that oil spill that's out off the Pacific, right? That was probably mismanaged, right? Infrastructure that's 40 years old, was never updated, you know, and all that stuff. Because, they always say like an ounce of prevention's worth a pound of cure, right? Well, they put a sensor on that said, low oil pressure. They could have at least isolated it to like maybe a day instead of like 72 hours and so forth. We still don't know where the spill is. We have all this technology. We have all this technology, right? Yeah, we can't put it to good use at times.
But see, what I was talking about is like, take this example, okay? An all-you-can-eat buffet. I know everybody here, everybody in chat has been to an all-you-can-eat buffet, right? Have you been to one, Oz?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Are you crazy?
All right.
I love those things.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh, come on. I thought we were going to stop talking about food.
No. I'm just using it as an example.
Well, you brought up an
look how many people. Well, I'm just saying. Look how many people will go up to there and put a huge plate of food on there and eat a quarter of it and throw, 3/4 of it away and have the waitress just take it and throw it away. That's what I'm talking about as us being a wasteful society with our resources and everything, because we believe food is so abundant now because we have created farming. We have created, other ways of gathering resources and
the farming
mass producing it.
Where we have gas or petrol powered machinery helping us in the fields, and pesticides, organic fertilizers, and all this other stuff. Trucks to ship it across the country, across coasts, right? It'll be at your place in 4 days.
Yeah.
On the shelf within the week, right? And we forget about like interruptions that come from that, or delays that come from that, or maybe the field got hit by hail, right?
Well, it's not just that. I mean, think of going to the store, and everybody's probably seen that one lady or that one guy that goes to a specific item on the shelf, and they find out that store is out of that item, and they won't they want some kind of reconciliation for it. They want a rain check. They want something. Yeah, they want some kind of compensation for it because they are out of stock on it. and like the store would give them a whole entire case for free or
Or
whatever
store
when it's
credit
next
or
in
something like
stock.
that. Yeah, store credit or
Yeah,
something like that.
it's to that point where what's going to happen when after we babied the whole entire population to a point where they believe that they can get anything that they want for any kind of purpose. And if something bad literally does happen to where there is nothing on the shelves, how are these people going to handle that? You know what's going to happen? They are going to be the zombies. They are going to be the ones
Panic
that.
buying.
No, not panic buying. They're the ones going to
Oh,
come
sorry.
to your house.
Sorry, I just let that loose.
Yeah, they're going to come to your house and know that you bought all this food, and they're going to be the ones that's going to try to take it from you. Because they've been pampered so much and they don't know how to do without, because some way or some form they've always been given to.
Well, I guess it's easier per se to know when you've actually experienced it or remember it, right? For example, right, for us people that are older, remembering the days before internet access, or for us
Mm-hmm.
older people, remembering the days before a smartphone, right? Before a computer, before this, right? We can still remember, so we can per se do without, at least for a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Couple days, weeks, or whatever,
Well,
Well,
see,
but that's yeah.
I'm saying, like, I was at a grocery store one time and they were running low on milk, and I was waiting in a line of like 15 people to be able to get one half gallon of milk. And I was waiting in line, and I grabbed my half gallon of milk and I put it in my buggy and everything, and I was pushing down the aisle and I went to the meat section, and I took my hands off my buggy just for like 5 minutes to see what meat I wanted to grab. And when I grabbed it, there was a lady, probably in her 60s, that came by my buggy and grabbed my half gallon of milk out of my buggy and took off walking with it.
That's crazy.
Because she did not want to wait in line for it.
Or it'd be like, well, I'm older than you were.
Yeah.
Yeah, or
Yeah, that
something
was
like
her
that.
excuse when I
You can't
stopped her.
That does not apply to this situation.
Yeah,
That doesn't
I
apply
was
to
like,
this situation.
just because you're older than me doesn't mean that you could not wait in that line the same amount of time as I did. Because I waited like almost 30 minutes to get that milk.
Is she in a wheelchair with a cane or
No.
limping or anything like that? She's standing straight up, right?
Yeah, she was standing straight up and just walked by and grabbed it. And she was in like, she was in a dress and all this stuff. And, she had money.
Yeah, it's not. No, she had
and
money.
That's how the world is going to be.
Yeah, right. I'm just like, or those like back last year, right? When you saw those videos of the TV rushes. I remember those from last March and February. I was just like,
yeah,
it's come to this. I still remember those. I still remember those too. I just like. And the funny thing is, stuff like that may get you in trouble, per se, in the long term of things, right? Things like that happen with the TV. People, violence turned out, they got charged, and now they get up here in court, right? Well, with that old lady, let's just say, if you weren't, per se, nice per se, right? Not only so she could have got something back in return that she didn't want, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, you're that old lady that took, right? I don't want to go into the dark side of things, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
So
It's just one of those things.
hmm.
When push comes to shove, people
Yeah.
talk about zombie apocalypses like the undead is going to rise up. And
Okay, just
everything.
because I said infected and said affected.
No. No, like the actual term for zombie is the actual term
Mindless.
for zombie.
Mindless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody that is doing something to survive, a mindless action in order to sustain their survival. That means killing, that means robbing, that means whatever. They are going with the flow and they don't care what they do.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to them anymore because they don't care about the consequences.
Right.
Earlier
Or
on,
they don't see the consequences.
What do you say, Oliver?
Earlier on today, I came across. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Test,
can
test.
hear you.
Okay. Sorry. Earlier on today, I came across a very short video from an Australian video from, I believe, someone in the education system. I'm not sure what her role is, but she explained how in every class with children / little people, as as I like to refer to my kids,
Right.
there's always a 20% group of kids, people that just won't conform. They will not conform, and that causes tension with the 80% of people who she herself referred to as the sheep, right? Who just take the easy route and say, "Oh, just let it be. Don't hurt us. Just let us. We don't want to cause problems. Just play along." And they find comfort in that because they find popularity with popularity. They belong to a group. They feel comfortable with the bigger group and so on. And regardless what the topic may be, whatever the topic may be, there's always a 20%-ish figure that is non-conformist to something because of the fact that they wish to do things their own way. And she compared it to the idea of bringing up kids and saying, okay, let these people, these young kids, think that they're in charge and say, well, it's cleanup day. What do you want to clean up, your bedroom first or the lounge room, for example? And the kid chooses, and the kid thinks that he's made or she's made the choice, while in actual fact he's doing both chores just in the order that he or she wants to do them. Right? And same thing with adults.
Which one you want to do first.
Exactly. And I see how that can apply to what you guys are discussing, whereby it's that, the zombies. Let's not say zombies. Let's just say the group of people that just doesn't want to, that belongs to that 80%, right? And when that 80% makes a wrong decision, then it's like, oops, we're in trouble now. But they're in trouble because they actually just went along with the masses. They went along with that rather than thinking with their own minds. So it's not necessarily a zombie apocalypse. It's a human nature type of mistake that we tend to do and make. And unfortunately, it's the 80%ers that cause
it.
What was it called? It was called something in like the early 50s. It was called like the beta complex, like how beta fish, like not beta fish, some kind of small fish that likes to form in schools to make themselves seem bigger to predators, even though they know that predator is still going to attack that school of fish, but they think if they are part of the masses, they won't be one of the fish that get eaten today.
Yeah, that's like with sharks or dolphins with a school of fish, right? They stick together, but any one of them can go down. single one of them to go down.
Yeah. It's just that whole mindset. But it doesn't matter what situation you're in. You are going to have sheep for the flock, if you understand what I mean. Say it is an STA, say it is an end of the world scenario, and you need help with your compound. If you take individuals that are that alpha like mindset where they want to do their own idea instead of follow what one person says, that brings down compounds. Say like I have a compound and I bring, I bring you, Auslander, I bring Shadow, I bring CR into this. Well, how are we going to?
There's food in this compound, right?
Well, yeah, there is. But the
okay,
thing
just making
is,
sure. Just making sure.
We need to keep it running. So we're going to have to give everybody a specific chore to do in the compound.
I wouldn't say chore, task.
Yeah, task,
I don't like the word chore. Chore just means, I don't know.
Well, it's the same redundancy over and over again.
Job.
Yeah.
Job. Chore
and say,
I don't like the word chore.
And say, say Auslander, you're good at farming. So I'll throw you out into the farms. You take care of the farms and everything. Shadow, you're good at cooking. You're doing the cooking.
Well, he could do the cooking with grilling and chilling. Because apparently he said, I will be the cook.
But then you're going to need people to do the menial, the smaller tasks, the ones that we don't want to burden ourselves with, but we need these people. If we have multiple people that says, oh, I don't want to do this, I want to do this instead, or I want to do this. Well,
you all can't be the leader, right?
Right. It's like, who is the leader? It's like, it's my compound. I invited y'all for safety because I trust you three. But now you're turning your backs on me. And now it seems like the Roman, council and everything, where somebody is always better than somebody else at doing this and this and this, and nothing gets done because we're constantly fighting. But we need the people that, we need the people, like if we go out scavenging and we find some survivors, we bring them back and they're so thankful, they're going to do the menial task for us. And then we start collecting more and more of that. Are we just as bad as the society that destroyed and put us in this situation? Because we are using others people's gratitude to an extent, instead of taking like-minded people.
I think that comes down to the extremism that we're seeing all over throughout history, but all over the world today as well, where the beauty of one's individuality and uniqueness is being misrepresented as being something that can be taken to extremes, which is actually detrimental and self-destructive. Likewise, we've seen it through the course of history, recent history, last 100 plus years of, let's say, communal extremism, social extremism, where you must do what you're told or be a cog in the machine, and your uniqueness, what makes you absolutely beautiful as a human being, and your individuality must not be allowed to be expressed in any which way because you are part of a machine. And again, that's an extremity. So it's the extremes of what we, it's always the extremes that tend to put us into these situations that you're talking about. While in reality, there is not a single human being which is identical to another human being. And so the idea of, how can I put this? We can all work together as long as we accept each other and respect each other's uniqueness with our quirks and perks, right? But at the same time, wishes, wants do not overcome needs in times of SHTF and those types of situations. That's where the communal side of things, where we have to sort of like learn to work with each other, teamwork, as we'd often say. And again, that's being destroyed by the extremes of the individuality side of things. It's like it's the extremes which are killing us off. Our own wants and wishes are killing off our needs and our ability to adapt.
Girl's saying
to
should
our
we
needs.
keep a hive mind?
Yeah,
that's what she's saying right now.
I mean, if we could, like my video that I put up, if we could work like ants and if we can literally get the mindset of society, like if we could get the caste system out of our minds and be able to work together as one, society could grow. But we've throughout the centuries, we have always put people in a caste system. And I believe that's a mindset, even in an SHTF situation, that would never change. You know what I mean? People think, like what I said, this is my compound. I invited you all into my compound. And that whole idea of mine is mine. And you're just here to help grease the wheel. And a lot of people believe that. And I believe that that's going to be a downfall of a lot of prepper communities and lifestyles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean, Second Star.
I understand as well.
Too many chiefs, not enough. No, too many wannabe chiefs, and not an Indian in sight, to excuse the politically incorrect term. Yeah.
Right. It's just it's the way modern society has brainwashed us, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the world is literally burning. If one person owns this land, we've been told for so long that it's your land, and this is yours. This is yours. And everybody else is just a stepping stone for them so that they don't have to. And they go back into the rulership that we cleansed ourselves from. and we just restart society like that again as kings and queens once again.
Hey, Alexander and Second Star. Well, Shadow's not here. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Well, it's
Hello.
yeah. Just yesterday, I quoted the Holy Bible, and I can
Right.
quote it again, but without the exact wording, because I'm not one of these people that knows how to recite things word for word. But the moral of the story.
I'm the same way, brother.
Hey, join the club. Yeah, people have that talent. I don't.
Yeah.
The moral of the story there is, it's like God said, okay, kings and queens, sure, but they have to know their role in managing this planet, in managing what's here, what's given to us. And
Right.
again, if that king or queen starts to behave like a god, or if those politicians, in modern day and age, those politicians start to behave like a god, guess what happens? It all goes downhill. So whether someone believes in creationism or not, if someone believes in there being an almighty creator or not, if you take the moral of the story, you'll see that the lesson there is very, very clear. It's when someone begins to think that they are better than everyone else, that they are more important than everyone else, that they have the right to condemn others, and I'll go to the extreme of saying condemn, that's when things start going downhill. We have never cleansed ourselves of this, because no matter how much people did turn to those Christian values or Judeo-Christian values or not, they haven't learnt the lesson from those historical stories. And that's the problem.
That is true. Yeah.
I agree.
And I mean, you could look at it through all the ancient great civilizations that they passed. I mean, Rome fell. Sparta fell. Greece fell. I mean, even the legendary city of Atlantis failed because
Mayan and Aztec empires failed.
Yeah, everything failed. Everything failed, and I believe that's what's going to happen. With America. I hate to say it, but we've got to the point. Like, America has got to the point where they believe that they are better than any other country, hands down. And, there's no proof to that. But
well, the
every
USA
politician.
has been. No, I'll back the USA up, and the whole culture and society, the building of that nation up, in the sense that the USA has managed to help bring morality to a level which is above and beyond where it ever was before. But if the USA starts to fall, unfortunately, because of what you're mentioning, that status where we're now the gods, we're now in charge, we're better than everyone else, unfortunately, that level of morality will also drop and affect the level of morality all around the world. So again, the USA has achieved, the people of the USA, and we'll say the Western world in general, the newfound lands, right, just use a term from earlier, we've managed to get morality up to a level where in history we've never seen it before. But the man with the stick was who? The USA, Australia, Canada, Western Europe, and we started behaving like the man with the stick, with the USA at the top of this hierarchy. And guess what? As you're saying, we're just seeing people repeat the same mistakes as in the past.
Yes. And it's because we don't want to look at the sins of the past to learn what not to do. And we think if we just wash our hands in it, we can start over anew. And now it's new sins instead of the exact same things that we did 100+ years ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, I'm back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I'm going to pull on from the Bible again, because I often say a lot of the answers to the questions that we have or the issues that we are discussing in this day and age are found in that good book.
Mhm.
There was a movie about that saying this was the first moral code or moral law ever put out there.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of the movie. But anyway, what I was trying to say was there's one thing that we always seem to somehow not apply as individuals, mea culpa, me first, and as nations, and as people on this earth, and that is love thy neighbor.
Right.
And the word love is such a strong word. When you say love thy neighbor, I mean, think about it. Love your what JC said it himself. He said, love your enemy.
Yes.
Don't hate him. Love him. Feed your enemy. Give him water when he needs it. If he's thirsty, give him water. If he's hungry, give him food. He may be your enemy, but he's still your fellow human being. He's your brother or your
He
sister.
still bleeds the same.
What?
He still bleeds the same. He still breathes the same. It's
Well, the fundamental
matter.
things of survival still apply, right? We still need to breathe. We still need to be clothed. We still need shelter. We still need to drink something. And we still need to eat something for energy. And per se, we still need to be cool or warm, depending on how you look at it. Well, and we still need to feel safe.
Yeah. But it's man. It's man that has changed the perspective of that. I don't care who you are, where you're from. It doesn't matter to me. Everybody is my brother and sister. It doesn't matter. And I'll treat anybody like my brother and sister.
Aww. We can have a bromance too. Second story if you want.
Yes.
Hey, Homestead Oz is back.
Yeah, welcome back, Homestead Oz.
Welcome back.
Family that has got things set straight in their home.
I'm waiting for someone
All
to
right,
say
fam. I gotta get off here. I gotta go to a meeting. So
yeah, he has to actually do work.
Yeah.
Okay, second.
I like it.
It was great talking with y'all, brothers.
Yes, it's
anytime.
Nice, my friend.
Yeah, nice to
It's
meet you.
always a pleasure.
Bye.
Hey, great to meet you, Oz, brother. All right, y'all take care, bros.
Take care,
brothers and sisters in
Yeah.
chat. Y'all take care too. Love y'all. Bye.
Yeah.
Wow, we talked about a lot today, didn't we? We talked
Yeah.
about a lot.
The problem is that with empires and things like that, and why they has a tendency to fall. It is the more complex and advanced a country or an empire turns out to be, it will fall because it can't provide with the resources the empires need. So at the end, the balloon will crack and bang. So
yeah, you'll burst. You'll become.
Yeah, but Second Star brought up a very good point, and none of us are not guilty of it because
I must have missed this.
yeah, the day and age that we live in and the way we've been brought up. You're special. And so on and so on. He's a little ribbon for participating, which is nice, but at the same time, the willpower to succeed and to become better at what you do or do your best at all times, even if you don't like it, just do it the best that you can, is fading away. And we're getting way too many, and I'm going to use the analogy of way too many wannabe chiefs and not a single Indian in sight. Nowhere. So, and I've seen that all too often among all of us who are prepping, wherever in whichever way that may be, that most of us seem to be somewhat stubborn in that we think that we're doing it the best, or we know what we're doing. And even though we pick up pointers from each other, often enough, the lone wolf analogy, which I saw from Pony Girl, applies to so many of us at so many times, all of us, in fact, in too many situations. We all think we know it best for our needs. I can see that being an issue, and I see it being an issue within the actual societies we live in, where everybody's just doing their own thing and they think that they're right and everybody else is wrong and ... So it somewhat seems to be a big issue.
It's like survival kits. There's no only one way, or you can only have it this way. Now, there's obviously some things that are crucial, I guess, but there's some flexibility in terms of what you can have.
Oh, definitely. Let's say bug out bags. Out bag.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's just like, just, maybe you don't have this Benchmade knife. Maybe you just have a Mora, right? But the idea is like that you still have something ready to go. You still have something ready to go, right? You're not scrambling to put something together if you had to.
Well, let's say, for example, we've got practically two types of bug. We got bug out bag for the car, which is more of a survivalist type of thing, and we've got our individual bug out bags. We've got our individual bug out bags, which is more of a get the heck out of a bushfire situation type of thing, or and it's presuming that there's a car available because we're a family. To walk on foot with all that equipment is impossible. But that's why there's one bag, which is a survivalist bag, which is made for the car, and heaven forbid, if it ever were to happen, we can leave the personal items in the personal bags, leave them behind, and grab this one bag and drag it along with us, or put it on. I can put it on, or whatever, and carry it to where it needs to be carried. You see what I'm saying? And it's not a case of these extremity situations where you're surviving out in the bush or out in wherever. It's not one of these, doomsday type of situations. It's just applying reality of where we live and what we need with it, for our family, our home.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say openly, it does not. Our bug out bags do not in any which way comply to any of the videos I've seen for bug out bags in a survivalist type of mentality, because I don't see that being applicable for a household of currently 5. And if SHTF ever does happen, whichever way, economic war, whatever, if our eldest son, his fiance, and their children were to come, guess what? There'd been 9 or 10 of us in the household. I can't. It's just not applicable.
Yeah, and you're not gonna be like, no.
Homesteaders. Yeah, true, Jack. Each of us have different territory and issues to deal with. But overall, the respect and camaraderie is most important. We have a farm but learn most from smaller homestead prepping.
Definitely. That's the bright side to preppers, especially here on YouTube. I won't go elsewhere because I'm not on Facebook, I'm not on Twitter, and so on. So I can't comment on those at all, literally. But here on YouTube, I can say that, like I said, with this discussion here, we discuss things, and even if we don't necessarily agree on certain little things or certain topics, even major things, we still have a sense of respect towards each other, and we discuss them openly. And there's no arguing, there's no yelling, there's no screaming, no matter how passionate we may be
that's
about
like
something.
how we can agree, water and food is important. I don't think we would disagree. No one, probably most of us would not disagree with that to a certain degree, right? It is needed, you know, some form or fashion, you know,
And
wherever we
Pony
are,
Girl,
right?
yeah, Pony Girl's 100% right there. We're literally living. I saw it happen to us when we were overseas. You literally cannot trust the person living next door to you. There is and that was town life. That wasn't city life. And in the city you say, oh well, yeah, robbery is a normal thing. This is a normal thing. Blah blah blah. All these evils that we see around us.
Okay.
But it's happening in the small towns. Why? Because something has changed in our morality. So Pony Girl is 100% right. You cannot do like I did, and I admit to my mistakes of thinking that there is a way of life where you can have people change the way they think and the way they behave and start trusting each other and helping each other. You always have to keep an eye out, look over your shoulder, or the guy or the girl right next to you, right behind you, because you don't know if they've got your back or not. And that's what we're living in right now.
Yep. I got you there.
Yeah, I got it too.
Yeah,
Homestead has a point there too, so.
Oh, definitely. She's 100% right, or they're right, should I say. I'm not sure if it's Wayne or Lynn, but knowing them, I'm presuming it's Lynn on the on the keyboard.
Just say them. When I don't know, I just say them or they.
Well, usually it's Lynn on the keyboard. But in reality, yeah, there is a lot of positivity here where others can learn from the preppers on YouTube as to how to actually look after each other, how to communicate, how to learn from each other, how to help each other out. And that's one of the reasons why I'm live on YouTube now and not just watching and learning and listening, because that's a message which is all too powerful and needs to be spread to everybody out there, including those 80% of the sheep or the zombies or whatever you want to call them, no matter what the topic may be.
Did you see what you wrote? You just can't type as fast as her.
Yeah, multitasking is not something that the males of our species are known for. That's true.
I'm trying to multitask while we're talking.
There's my wife nodding her head. Yes.
I could just hear, that's him, by the way.
Yeah, Pony Girl. That's a common trait amongst preppers. Is we all tend to want to get away from the societies, and once again, we see the answer in the good book that says it very openly. Babylon, the big cities, is not the way to go. It won't work. It won't function. And guess what? We're living in a world of big cities today. In a discussion with Wayne and Lynn,
more like
big
mega
cities.
Yes.
Huge mega cities. Yeah, mega Babylons.
Yeah,
Babylons. Metropolises.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
mega cities.
Yeah, mega cities.
I've mentioned a number of times openly, if you look at the statistics, let's say for Australia, somewhere around about over 50%, and I'm being very lenient there, is living in a metropolis, in a mega city or a town of 500,000 to 1 million people. Yeah. And again, there's a book with guidance. No matter what you believe, it makes no difference. The lesson is there saying this does not work. This does not end well. And it never has, and it isn't, as we can see around us today. The moral of the story is mega cities or huge cities are unfortunately not sustainable.
I agree.
Pony Girl, but they've typing. they're the generation, just like my kids, my girls, and my boys. Well, the younger one. I won't even try to hop on a phone and do what they do. Heck no, I ask them to help. But
Well,
they're in sync with the tech out there.
yeah, it's the same thing with my kids. They are they can stand there with their phones and they send a text message. It goes lightning fast, and I'm so slow.
I don't know. I'm used to typing on a keyboard, not on a mobile.
Oh, you're old. You're getting old. You're out of sync.
Gosh, hey.
If you have a keyboard in front of you, you are old. You're caveman material.
I learned to type before I learned to handwrite.
Look, man, I'm just telling you how it is. You have a keyboard in front of you, you are Stone Age. You're old. I'm sitting in front of a keyboard, by the way, just so you know. I'm not putting myself above you on that one. I'm just
I'm not trying to be hypocrite
from experience, you know.
Well, I have a keyboard in front of me too, so.
Hey, we got 3 oldies online here. Just wiser. Yeah. Arthritis has nothing to do with it, right?
Yeah. I guess you get wiser as you get older. Sometimes. And for some people.
Sometimes.
And
not all the time.
Getting back to the topic of prepping communities and the communication we have between us, it's also coming to, I won't say it's not too late. It's not late. It's never too late. But we are getting, it's 5 minutes to midnight, where we need to really start considering and concentrating on coordination on an international level as far as communications go, because we are dependent on the tech that's out there. And yet there's a lot of tech out there which can be independent of those who wish to control everything. And I don't see enough emphasis or enough effort being put into that so that we can ensure option B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on.
All the way to Z.
Z.
Okay, whatever.
Speak English. We're not Americans.
Here in Canada, we speak English and Canadian French.
Oui.
Yeah.
So I see a gap there in between us all. It's a gap that needs to be filled in, and that is definitely not dependent on one person alone, or one group, or one nation. It's because we're international, and we do have. That means we do have the resources, we do have the logistics, we do have the manpower, people power, so we can make that happen without any doubt.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, anyway, I apologize for not being online, Swede, Shadow, for the past few weeks. I was a little out of it all, getting used to new time zones, and then took 10 days.
Time in the real world, the real life, your real life,
Hey man, it was a choice between turning on the computer and hanging out with anyone online, or just being here with my wife and my kids for the 10 days. Sorry, you guys lose. Yeah. No offense to anybody. Yeah.
It was as my YouTube mentors told me, His name is Yankee. His channel name is Yankee. Uh,
Yankee
he's
Delco Adventures.
he told me that the family comes first. YouTube comes a little bit lower on the list. So don't feel sorry about that, Jack.
Yeah,
Yep.
no hard feelings. I'm just saying it as it is.
I'm not
it's nice to
jealous.
see.
I'm not jealous.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I
Hey, you
actually went
saw
through
right
that
through me.
experience. I actually went through 10 days of practically zero internet. I won't say zero internet, but zero anything. Just sitting around watching the wife and kids and being just the day-to-day things, so to say.
Yeah.
And so it's possible. It's more than possible. You just need to have the incentive to do it, or the reason to do it, the right reason to do it.
Well, depending what you do, right? Have something else to do,
Well, that too, yeah.
right? I mean,
But
like,
again,
it's just
it's
like
not. It's
it's just
addictive,
like
but it's not necessarily a drug where you have to be. Yeah.
it's funny at times when I go camping, I'm like, gives me a chance to get away from the tech, kind of deal. Reconnect with the land, air, and water around us, right? You know, maybe if it's important, I'll check for certain little things, but I can get away from it for a bit. It's like a vacation, right? It's like a virtual life vacation or second life vacation from it.
Oh, Second Life. I've heard about that.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
However you want to call it, right? It's like taking a vacation from it, right? Instead of, I don't want to be the guy around the the campfire with their phone. I mean, it's one thing if it's
Oh,
important or whatever, but you know, I don't need to be. Okay, I gotta hit like on that Facebook post right now, or something like that, right? I've gone away for a little bit too. Oh no, I gotta remember that when I come back, there's a whole bunch of messages, comments for me to reply. But you know, it's nice to get away from it for a little bit. It makes you appreciate it more too, right? Because and stuff like that. Well, I not only that, it makes you uh you can do other things. You have other options of other things you can do, right? Like let's say you're online or whatever, you enjoy doing this stuff, right? Okay, fine and dandy, but what do you do when you don't have it either, right? It's just like when the power goes out or whatever. What do people actually do? Do you still have stuff you can do, or are you just gonna be like, I don't know what to do now? I can't watch my PVR. I can't watch my Netflix. Nothing, right? Do you hang out with the cat, the dogs, the family, or whatever? Do things that don't require per se electricity, like hand sewing. Right? I think for me, it'd be like, oh, I guess I might as well hand sew. I can't get online. I might as well hand sew.
well, it's interesting to see with the kids. I don't know how many times I've reflected upon my childhood in the last few weeks, in the last 2 weeks, where the youngest lad in the house who's just turned 9 recently is like Nintendo, whatever, PlayStation, and so on. That has replaced the football or the cricket bat or whatever sport, you know. And so, and I'm just seeing the same thing. Mum, can I go outside and play? The kids are outside of the street and playing. It's the exact same thing, just using the technology that's out there today. So, but in my mind, it is a little addictive. It is very addictive, in fact.
Well, that's like anything, right? I mean, like, see, Osmonder and ShadowScoutSwede. See, I used to run a gaming channel before, right? So I know how it is, right? But I'm also, let's just say, I'm doing Minecraft, but in the real world, so to speak. I enjoy the stuff I do in the real world too, right? You know.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't, then find something else to do.
Well,
Something
because
you enjoy.
I always kind
That's
of
the moral of the story.
no, it's just like when people were in lockdown who are still or whatever, right? They found things that are things to do, right? You know, for some people it was like baking, cooking, playing games and stuff like that. For me, last year was a whole bunch of sewing for some reason. I spent like I'm like I think March went by so quick. I was just like I'm sewing the next day, the next day. I'm still like, oh well, the week went by fast. Next thing I know, I'm like, I think I used up the spool. Well, next spool.
Hey, Shadow man, congratulations on the win. That was excellent. When I saw your name pop up for the knife, I was like, oh yeah.
You mean on Gray Man Prepping?
Yes.
Oh, you mean that? Oh, yeah, on the giveaway. Okay, yeah.
Oh man,
Well,
it was
you
just
told me
great
about
to
this
see
earlier.
someone I know, someone I've gotten to know, actually win something. It was like, it's like, you know how it is. You never win anything, and then the people you know never win anything. But then all of a sudden, someone you know wins something. It's like, woohoo, yay!
Yeah, it's like, oh, you won the
well,
lottery this time?
the,
Yeah, you won $200.
the most
Nice.
interesting thing of that part was I were on another tab on my browser, but I would had to check something, something I had to do anyway, and I knew that I don't have any luck with giveaways. I only won one giveaway before, and that was a couple of years ago when I was on Hike and Deep's channel, and I won his giveaway there. I won his fire kit. But
I
anyway,
still remember that video. Enjoy.
But anyway, and then I hear Gray Man says ShadowScoutSwede is the winner. But wait a minute, but I had to change tab again to check, and yeah, my name there, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
highlighting your name and stuff like that.
Yeah, that
And
was
everyone's
a real
calling you
shock.
out. Yeah.
That was a real shock for me, and what? No, I must sleep. I'm still sleeping and dreaming. Well, I didn't get it.
It's like someone pinching.
That was a wake up. Oh boy.
Funny girl has a lot of stories.
But it was fun. But it was fun to win one giveaway at least. Yeah, more. So it's not often I do that, but it happens.
Yeah, Auslander, I was telling this to ShadowScoutSwede earlier when we were talking privately. The last giveaway that I won 3 years ago was the last one I entered because it was. Well, let's just say I have a video on that, and I want a backpack full of stuff. So it's like that's good enough for me for a while. I'll let other people have a chance, or if I do enter, I'll pay it forward, right? I'll give someone else a chance to per se acquire some stuff, right? Some people are really lucky at those for some reason. It's just like, what? You won again? What? Wasn't it supposed to be a computer-generated number and you still won again? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, I agree, Pony Girl. Speaking of giveaways, it was when I had about 850 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my followers give me a question. He asked me if we would do a giveaway when I hits their 1K. And I said, no, maybe I will do when I hit 1K, but I am not really sure if I'm gonna do it. And that popped up in my head a couple of days ago, uh, and I've been thinking. I couldn't decide, so I put out a poll in the community tab, and if I should I do a giveaway if I when I hit 5K or 4K or 3K. But obviously, it seems that majority would like to have a giveaway when I hit 5K. So it will be I decided that, and it will be a giveaway from my part when I hit 5K. So,
Okay. I guess I might as well shoot my VR right now. I'll be like,
but
I'm
I
in. I'm paying it forward. The odds
but
matter.
but I don't think I will hit 5K in a week or two or so. I don't think so. But
Don't be
probably next
surprised.
year.
Don't
Well,
be shocked
yeah,
when it happens. I've seen things here that to me were they were eye openers, right? And
yeah,
again, I'm not too me personally. I'm not overly concerned about the numbers, although I would like that. Like say, for example, in my case, I find that some of those things, especially those micro blogging little options on YouTube, I think that's fantastic. But you
Oh, you're
can't
talking
do it
about
until
like
you get.
the community
Yeah, but you can't
tab.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little news flashes.
I thought they changed the number so it's lower. Because I've had it for so
No,
long
it's
now that
1,000.
it's still 1,000. Because I
No,
thought I heard that they reduced the number down. It's been a
no,
while, right?
it's
So
1,000. Well, actually,
you
2 weeks
know.
ago, 3 weeks ago, it was 1,000. Okay, yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
can definitely confirm that.
Okay.
But let's say that option, it's like, oh, so it's like there's always that balance there in my mind. Like, I would like that option, but I'm not. I'm going to stay true to the way I do things and just do it because I do them because I'm myself. I'm not going to try and play the popularity game or do the things. But the giveaways, I find that everybody actually likes. It puts smiles on people's faces, and you can't put a price on a smile. So maybe I'm weighing it up, but not for not for the popularity contest, but for other reasons. But if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, I don't care. It won't bother me because the giveaway won't be there for the numbers, if you know what I mean. Same
yeah,
thing with you, Shadow. I mean, you might just see your channel jump to 10K in under a month. It just
yeah,
depends who sees it, who recommends it. There's all sorts of different factors that can play a role in that whole scenario of events.
Mm-hmm.
But if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, just do like you've been doing. Be yourself. Just do your thing.
yeah,
Why worry about the 80%ers? Be the 20%. If you feel comfortable doing the way you do things, do it. Who cares? I mean,
Yeah.
be true to yourself.
Yeah, you still got me, him, and Pony Girl.
yeah.
That's right.
Do we count as 20%?
And we have Uncle Al as well.
Oh.
So
of course we can't forget Uncle Al and Second Stars.
Yeah, that guy's a character, mate. I love it.
Who,
yeah, he is.
Uncle Al. Oh, Uncle Al. I thought you meant Second Star. Just kidding.
Well, Uncle Al, he is a character, yeah. But
I love
he's
I love watching.
yeah, he's a brilliant guy. So, and he's very smart. So,
Well, anyway, I'm gonna hop off because Mrs. is driving daughter to work.
yeah.
She works at. Oh, I'm the richest man on earth. I have kids, I have a wife, and my children. My daughters work at Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is my favorite junk food. Oh yeah, and they work at Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is my favorite junk food. My favorite of all favorite junk foods out there. I love it.
Yeah, I like fried chicken too.
I don't need to look for a reason for someone in the family to walk into a KFC. You got to drop off the girls, pick up the girls. It's like there's a reason to walk in there. And what do you do when you walk in there? You smell the secret herbs and spices. Exactly. Bleed.
And like that, I'm getting hungry again.
All right then. Hey, it was great to be back with you guys, to hear you guys, see you as well.
Yeah.
Really appreciate
No,
the time here.
chicken. No, I want some.
And oh, there you go. See, fried chicken, KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. You all stay safe. Have a good one. God bless.
Take care,
Yeah.
man.
God bless. Well, I
He-
like Jack. He's a great
Yeah.
guy, and he has a lot of. He always know what he's gonna say. He always put his information in the right spot. So
Unlike me, who just keeps rambling on and on, repetitively on and on and on.
but Jack, he puts a lot of logic in his sentences.
I guess I bring the stories and the puns and the jokes in too,
Yeah,
from time to time.
yeah, he's a great guy, and he he has his he has very strong opinions about things and how things will be done.
Mhm.
But he's and he's really nice, and I when I got into his channel the first time, he didn't had that many subscribers. He had only 31, and I helped him up. So I believe I helped him up to about 60 subscribers or something. And then when I checked him next time, he had over 200. So
It's thrilling.
but that was his. When I talked to Jack, he said that it was much thanks for when he was on Pinball's stream.
Uh-huh.
So he got some help from there. So
Well, it's not only that, you're seeing the number go up and it's actually staying up there, and you're seeing comments coming in too.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Where you're seeing that interaction in there, right?
Pony Girl says, "Seer, you are such a rambler, lol, a hungry one, lol." Okay, I think he.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That was just I was faking it. Yeah, I was faking it. It's like, no, you're not. He choked on his own laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
the also this community has really good people. Some of them are well special, has special characters. Yes, like Uncle Al and Jack, but it is nice guys, great guys. It's great people, and I'm lucky that I found this community when I began to do my videos and begin to be my own creator. So it's a wonderful community, and I got a lot of help when I had bad days and I was well mentally totally break down or something, I got help from the community, and I'm grateful for that. So it's a good community,
Hmm.
and it's great people, as Celtic says, great people on here. And yes, I agree, it is. And 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 it's so important to have great, a good, wonderful community with people who cares.
Hmm.
Uh, we help each other. We back each other up. If someone has problems with, well, trolls or things like that, well, and if that person asks for help, of course we help. We back that person up.
Well, it's just like as easy or as simple as people do a test stream. And you just see people actually come in, and it's just like
Yeah,
will actually assist you in terms of the tech support, right? It's like, yes, we can hear you, sir. Yes, the video looks good still. Can you move the camera back? Okay, okay. They give you that constructive feedback.
yeah,
You know, just something. Maybe you're testing out this new spot for the Wi-Fi, or how far the signal goes, or is it on buffer, right? Stuff that
yeah,
that it's just easier to just do something, right? And then it gives you an excuse to do a video. How many times have I seen titles that say live streams that say tester or
yeah,
testing Wi-Fi or right? I've seen that before. I'm just like, I know exactly. They're not meant to be long, right? Maybe 20, 30 minutes at the most, but
yeah. I saw one on one channel I follow. I saw, oh, he went live. Okay, and then when I got there, I couldn't get that stream were down. He took that down. He
hmm.
deleted that, and a couple of minutes later, it popped up a new one, and it said test stream 2, test stream 3 and 4. What are you doing, man?
They're probably trying out like scheduling it or something like that, right?
Yeah,
Stuff like that. Well, I it's just like anything, all right? I mean, like some people just don't know about certain little things, right? Some people know more about this kind of stuff and less about this, right? Some people know
yeah,
about more about this, right? And some people know a little bit of this and a little bit of that, right? So sometimes, sometimes to learn something, you just got to do it, right?
yeah,
Whatever it is. Maybe it's fishing, maybe it's sewing, maybe it's knitting, maybe it's cooking, maybe it's forging, or maybe it's the tech stuff, right? Editing and all this other stuff too, right? You know, just the way it goes.
let's see what Pony Girl says.
Uh, she's got to go.
Ah, yeah.
Take care, Pony Girl.
Take care, Pony Girl. Until the next time.
I must have been here for a long time because it's already getting dark.
I'm glad you had fun, Pony Girl. That's the point. We all shall have fun here.
Well, you
So,
did start late, I guess, right? So I guess this is why you're going longer than you usually do. Okay, Pony
yeah,
Girl. I didn't even have food in my hand. Come on, give me a break here.
Pony Girl is funny. She has a lot of humor.
I put down the coffee at least.
Yeah. Have a great day, Pony Girl, and have a good night's sleep, and take care, stay safe, be prepared. And thanks for stopping by.
Uh, Yeah.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
we are almost on 6 hours in 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Are you tired? I should
Uh,
ask you that. I
yeah,
should ask you.
yeah, a little bit actually. So
I mean, if you want to cut it short, we can do an after private chat for a little bit, as usual.
yeah. Well, yeah, I think
yeah. Let's just go to the 6 hour mark. I guess. I'll give you.
yeah,
That
I
way
think
we can just
I think we begin to wrap things up. I think that is a good idea.
yeah
Um,
maybe go to the top of the hour here. I guess give or take 5 minutes. 4 or 5
yeah,
minutes.
we can run for 5 minutes more. So
Yeah. All right, everyone. You heard it. 5 minute warning. Or the stream again. Oh.
yeah, you get love and blessings from Prony Girl.
Thank you. So yeah, let's see. I mean, to sum up everything from this stream,
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
take things
Prony
for
Girl, we love you
granted.
too.
Things to take from the stream: don't take things for granted. Don't assume things, and be ready in advance. I guess that sums it up.
Fantastic,
And eat
much
before you jump on the
appreciated.
live. Eat before you jump on live streams. Learn from CR.
Yeah,
And maybe have some coffee ready too if you want, or your drink of choice.
yeah. Choose your own beverage and
Yeah.
snacks.
Yeah. Learn from me. Learn from me. Don't jump on the panel or a live stream without eating first, because somehow someone always has to mention food. Someone has to mention fried chicken.
Yeah,
Someone
and that
has to
is
be
all
like
slander.
nibbling.
KFC is what is it? Chicken wing restaurant. I believe it is.
Yep.
Hot tea. Well, that sounds
Hot
like a
coffee.
good. I don't think I would like to drink some coffee now. Maybe a cup of tea with honey, perhaps.
Just something to unwind, relax, and kind of deal.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yeah. They, I think, if I'm not, if I up in the blue, KFC are also in UK, if I remember it correct.
Well, KFC has international stores and all that. Well, or franchisee or whatever.
Yeah. But we don't have any KFC here.
Okay, everywhere it's where he lives.
Yeah, KFC lost his wings, so he couldn't fly over here and start a company.
Did you hear that, everyone? He just made a plan in there on the way out. Finally. I've been rubbing off on you. Now he's starting to wing it with the puns. Somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to have a couple of laughs on the stream too. Every so often. As serious as we talk about, sometimes a little laughter reminds you, the serious stuff.
Yeah.
It's like about another minute. Yeah, about another minute.
Okay, chat vlog. Take care. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes.
Much appreciated.
Take care, side chat. Much love. So I'll let you do your your kind of outro that you like to do?
Yeah, I think we wrap things up now.
Yeah.
5 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Yeah.
That's good enough. That's good enough.
Okay, guys, thanks for stopping by. And thanks to my moderators. You did a great job today, and I appreciate every one of you. So, until the next time, and I'll see you then. So,
Take care, everyone.
take care, stay safe, be prepared, and I'm out.